Our first meeting that we have 3 meetings scheduled for this evening. The first meeting is the Board of Trustees for the Retirement Health Insurance Trust Fund. Is there a motion to adopt that agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes with unanimously with Johnson and Ariola absent. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have 1 item, I believe, on our agenda tonight.
That's correct. That item is 200034, Investment Policy Statement for the City of Gainesville Retiree Health Insurance Trust Fund, with the recommendation that the that the Board of Trustees for the Retiree Health Insurance Trust Fund approve the investment policy statement for the City of Gainesville Retiree Health Insurance Trust Fund.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a member of staff available, or is there a motion also?
So move.
Okay, seconded by Ward. Moved by Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Ward. This is the investment policy statement for the City of Gainesville, a retiree trust fund. Larry, do we have any members of the public that wish to speak to this motion?
City.
Okay.
I didn't look.
Larry, was that somebody wanting to comment on our investment policy statement? Madam Clerk, I'm sure you're hearing this too, but I'm not hearing Larry.
Yeah, I'm reaching out to him right now. Let me make sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry, folks. I was screening a call. We don't have any public comment at this time.
Okay, very good. Any other, seeing no hands up, I don't see any other questions from the commission. Madam Clerk, we can go to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent. Okay, thank you very much. That meeting is adjourned. Madam Clerk, Raul, do we need to pause between these meetings being called to order?
I don't believe so, because it's, I don't believe so, but I'll let them, other than the 5:25 start.
Yes, right. So if somebody can broadcast, let me know if we need to take a break and re-adjourn, or we can just keep moving.
Mayor, I think you can just keep moving.
Okay, thank you. City manager / broadcast guy. Okay, so let's call the next meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Board of Trustees General Employees Pension Fund. Is there a motion to adopt that agenda?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by, lots of opportunities there for a second, folks. Ooh, from Commissioner Ward, thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call vote for adoption of the agenda.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
That motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. Okay, we have two items on this agenda. The first is the investment policy statement for the general employees retirement plan. Are there any questions or is there a motion?
Motion to adopt the recommendation.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt the investment policy statement for the general employees plan. Larry, are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? Larry, just waiting to find out if there's any members of the public that wish to speak to the motion to adopt the first item on the agenda.
He's likely screening another call. Going to be a long night if this is the pace that we're gonna. There is no public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. Please move to a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm in the middle of screening calls while you're asking for public comment, and we don't have any comments on what you're on right now. Forgive me.
Thank you. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Johnson absent. And the next item is the actuarial report for the general employees retirement plan. Are there any questions or is there a motion?
So move.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Ward to accept the actuarial evaluation report for the general employees retirement plan. Any members of the public wish to speak to that item, Mr. Schooler?
Mayor, I apologize. It's a little bit of a crazy evening here so far, but we do have a caller on the consent agenda, if you're ready for that comment.
We're not. So no more for the actuarial valuation report.
Hello. Hi, my name is Tom
Yeah.
Wisniewski.
We're not on that agenda yet, Larry. We haven't adopted that agenda yet. We're still on the employees pension meeting. Okay, I'm assuming there's nobody for the employees pension actuarial valuation report. So Madam Clerk, can we move to a roll call vote on accepting that?
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. Okay, that meeting is adjourned. And we'll now call to order our regular city commission meeting for June 18th, 2020. We need to do some agenda management, folks. You all read through the agenda. You all are aware of how much is on there. Staff did an analysis based on how long different items have been taking us up to this point, and predicted between 12 and 15 hours, which clearly is not doable. So I'm going to ask for a couple things, including shuffling some items, combining some items, and asking us to limit ourselves as we move through the agenda items tonight. Some of this will involve waiving our rules. First of all, let's start backwards. I'm going to put a hard cutoff deadline for this meeting at midnight. I will not accept any motions to waive our rules and extend after midnight. I don't think it's fair or responsible to us. More importantly, I don't think it's fair or responsible to our neighbors who are trying to participate and follow along and be a part of this process. So what we get done by then is what we will get done. The second thing I'm going to ask is that we restrict ourselves to one round of comments each. So think about what you want to say, try to get it in, but I want to try to avoid going around 2, 3, 4 times with comments. I also want to do our best to limit our own individual comments to 3 to 5 minutes. Try to be succinct and direct and clear, but that will help us, I think, move through agenda as well. The next thing, we have a time certain for the sheriff as the first item after consent at 5:30. What I would like to do after that, well, let me start with the combining of items. There are, sorry, I'm getting back to our business. Okay. There are 4 items that all generally deal with racial equity. We have Commissioner Ward's item talking about a police review board. The item responding to racial tension in the city, which was Commissioner Simmons' item with the supporting material from the National League of Cities. We have Commissioner Hayes Santos' use of mugshots, and we have recognition of Black Lives Matter in the city of Gainesville. What I would like to do is combine all of those into one item, just an item addressing racial equity in Gainesville. We will talk about each one of those things and if need be, take action. But I think that at least will focus our conversation a little bit there. And let me kind of lay all this out, and then I'll respond to any other suggestions or questions. The next item I would like to take up after the sheriff is done with her presentation is the COVID-19 verbal update. I don't expect that to be an exceptionally long item, but we do have Dr. Lizardo, the immunology specialist from UF, who has agreed to join us tonight. And I would like to be able to get him on and have and ask any questions and get any input or feedback from him before it gets too late. And that also goes for members of our public. I mean, that's still high on everybody's mind, and would like for him to be sort of at the front end so people can get their questions answered or let us know what they're thinking with that. And then after that, I was hoping we could take up the 2 ordinances on first reading concerning the property on Williston Road and 34th Street. We have a lot of people involved with that, including people who want to participate. And you all know with those land use decisions that the sort of later they go, the more difficult they become. I think if we deal with that relatively early in the evening, we can have a good conversation and and take action. And then after that, I think it's really a matter of just trying to, be focused in our conversations. Did anybody else have any items that they would be willing to remove that they were particularly interested in and move them to our next regular meeting, or any other suggestions about agenda management so we can try to get this agenda completed tonight? Let me start off with you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we should do the mug shots after, or combine that after the sheriff, versus putting that with the Black Lives Matter and that form. I just think that's more appropriate if we do the mug with the sheriff.
Okay, so jail and mugshots. Just put the mugshots item with the jail item. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no objection to that at all. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess the request for Sheriff Darnell, since there is a request to that item to the sheriff, if she could stay for that item as well, if we put it right after that one. I'm okay with continuing the broadband discussion to our next city commission meeting. I do think we should move up the FR-3, the vacation of public right-of-way, that other kind of first reading, to when we're doing the other first readings as well, just to kind of, because I know that those have been waiting for a long time to move forward. Just while we're adopting, I think we should start having meetings at 1 o'clock now too, because I think our meetings are. So. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And
I take full responsibility for that. We absolutely should have. We probably should have started at 9 this morning, and we've been in a routine, and yeah, we got caught on this one. So the recommendation is we'll do so far, and I know there's a couple more of you. We'll do the sheriff's item, we'll do the COVID-19 item, and then we'll jump to first readings, and then go back through business discussions and the other thing. Okay, Commissioner Sacco. Go ahead, Commissioner Simmons.
The 34th Williston Road conversation. You didn't mention that.
Those are first reading. So it'd be those two,
okay,
and then the vacation right away. Those are the 3 first readings tonight. Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
In terms of just easier, the two, I don't know if these were included in the resolutions that you talked about bundling, but the agreement for the RTS grant and the U.S. Department of Transportation grant, I don't know if we can bundle those given that they're similar enough.
We can't bundle them. We have to take separate action on them, but we have to be very cognizant of time to make sure we get to all the resolutions tonight.
Never mind then.
So yeah, if it's 11:45 and we haven't gotten there yet, we need to get to those resolutions. Absolutely. Okay, Commissioner Johnson, welcome.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't know what's going on, but I can't seem to get video. I'm going to try to go on from another device, but I just want to let you know that I'm having some technical difficulties, but I'm here.
Okay, very good. Did you hear the suggestions for the agenda management? I can give you a brief synopsis if you.
Yeah, if we could, if you can just go over the final changes when we're done, that would be ideal. Thanks.
Okay, so where we are now is we will take up the jail and mugshot items first, combine those. We will take up the COVID-19 update second. We will then move on to first readings of ordinances. And there's 3 of those. There's the vacation of right-of-way and the 2 items dealing with the Williston 34th VA project. And then we will combine the other items under business discussion that generally deal with racial equity. So it's Commissioner Ward's item for the Police Review Board, the responding to racial tension in the city, and the public recognition of Black Lives Matter. We're going to combine those all into one item. And then everything else is as it falls on the agenda. And then I have one thing to add. It's a proclamation. I am issuing it tomorrow for Juneteenth, but I just like an opportunity to read that under proclamations tonight. And so that would fall after business discussion items. Any questions, Commissioner Johnson?
No, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos, Oh, and then removing the broadband discussion from the agenda.
Okay.
Commissioner Santos.
I was gonna, do you want to adopt consent agenda or regular or put it all together into one motion?
I think there was somebody on the line about consent, so let's do a separate motion for that.
Okay,
And then we'll come back to what I just talked about.
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Okay, seconded by Ward. Commissioner Santos made the motion. Commissioner Ward seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Mr. Schooler, comments on the consent agenda?
Yes, we have, give me 1 second. We should have Nathan Scott to speak on this item.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. I do want to express concern regarding the adoption of the consent agenda. Also have concerns about the adoption of the regular agenda. But with respect to the consent agenda, you have a bunch of important items on there. You have the audit action items that are pending all the way back to 2014, the majority of which are still not closed. You are not having any discussion about that at the commission level. Likewise, too, on the GRU related issues, you have the financials, you have GRU with past due amounts, receivable amounts for residential, which are, climbing exponentially. GRU won't disclose the commercial past due amounts, despite my repeated requests. But what concerns me is there's no commission attention or discussion of these critical financial issues, yet the commission's willing to hail in the sheriff and go into a lengthy debate and discussion on an entity that this commission has no control over. You don't control the sheriff. And so it befuddles me, and I would ask the commission to spend more time on items that are just being ignored rather than spending time on having the sheriff come talk to you so you could admonish the sheriff for political purposes and virtue signaling. I wish this commission would take sufficient time to address the financial issues and lack of internal financial controls and lack of controls overall and audit issues that are pending before this commission that don't get any attention. You just rubber stamp them and move on and nothing ever gets solved. But in the meantime, you're willing to spend hours upon hours of bringing the sheriff in versus just asking her to write a written response. And I know that this is going to go on for hours where you guys are going to talk and talk and talk and talk just to virtue signal on this issue. But that's really not an important aspect of the city because the city has no control over the sheriff. You do have control over audit completion. You do have control over GRU and its financials and a bunch of other things that you're not spending your time on. So I'd ask you to use your time more importantly and pull some of these items off the consent agenda and let's deal with the business of the city rather than you guys try to virtue signal. Thank you.
Larry, any other callers?
No, sir, they're not.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Santos, is that for the next? Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, adoption of the consent agenda.
Commissioner Ariola. Left us. Commissioner Johnson, oh, there he is. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson for the adoption of the consent agenda. You may still be having difficulties. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
I'll come back to Commissioner Johnson once more. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent from the vote. Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hopefully I get this right. Like to make a I'd like to move that we adopt the regular agenda with 6 modifications. The first modification is to combine item BD1, the jail, with BD8, which is the mugshots. The second portion is that we move up COVID-19 to the second item. Third portion is that we move up all 3 of the first readings, FR1, FR2, and FR3 to after COVID-19. Is that correct?
And Commissioner, and I just say that embedded in that is that we're moving to waive our rules and adopt it.
Or moving to waive our rules and all of this, yeah.
Yeah.
The fourth, after we have the first readings, we would take up 3 combined items, BD5, which is public recognition of Black Lives Matters, BD 10, responding to racial tensions in the city, and BD 11, request to convene a citizen police review panel. Then we would continue the fifth portion of the motion. We continue the broadband discussion to the next city commission meeting. And then the sixth modification is that we add a Juneteenth proclamation during the proclamations portion of the meeting.
Okay, very good. Seconded by Ward. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Simmons?
Do we add in that we want to limit the comments from the commissioners, or that's just understood?
I'm going to ask you to do that out of the goodness of your heart. But actually, Commissioner Hayes Santos, can you include that this meeting shall not extend past midnight?
Sure. My one worry is that maybe we have something to do at the end. I guess we can always waive our rules to change it. So yes, that we can, yeah. At 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I think that sets the expectation properly. Commissioner Ward, are you okay with that last modification? Okay. As a father of daughters, I know that you're not going to object too strongly to that. Okay, Larry, members of the public that wish to speak to the motion to adopt our regular agenda with these modifications.
Yes, sir. Nathan Scott, speak on this item.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. With respect to the adoption of the regular agenda, I want to state for the record, Mayor Poe, that you attended the agenda review where you alone and others set this agenda. So you knew well in advance of this meeting what the agenda was going to be. So in the virtual environment where the commission has already set its adopted rules and you reference now you need to waive your rules again, you're playing, whack-a-mole with the agenda. Now it's within your right to move things around. But again, the changes here are substantive, and you should have known, but for your failed leadership, well in advance that this was going to be an issue. So to wait until the adoption of the agenda at the last minute to move things around like a merry-go-round and do the things that are being done on the fly here in a virtual environment, I have to express concern with that because you know better. You've been on the commission for over a decade. You've done this before. It's not new to you, and you should have foreseen, or it was reasonably foreseeable, that this meeting would go on for quite some time. And you should have sought to limit the agenda at that time, not at the last minute when people are trying to understand what's going to be discussed and now the order in which it's going to be discussed is moving all around like a merry-go-round. So again, I think that you own that. That's on you. And to say that you need to do this for agenda management at the last minute, I don't think it's fair in the virtual environment. I really don't. And so I wanted to express my concerns with that. And as far as going past midnight, the school board went well past midnight the other night. If they can do it, certainly you guys can too. I don't think losing some sleep is really going to hurt this commission, but you guys just want to move things around constantly rather than stick by your adopted rules of procedure. And I think that's become very problematic, particularly when you're doing it and lamenting that this agenda is going to be 12 to 16 hours. You should have known that beforehand. I mean, that's not rocket science to figure that out, Mayor Poe. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Anybody else?
Not on this item, sir, no.
Okay, very good. Yeah, and I concur. I said that at the beginning. This is on me. This is completely my responsibility, and we'll take steps to make sure that this doesn't happen in future virtual meetings if we have any future virtual meetings. Okay, let's move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
So the first two items on the agenda are the Alachua County Jail discussion, as well as, I'm flipping to this, give me one moment. The Commissioner Adrian Hayes Santos use of mugshots in our community with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, very good. Madam Sheriff, thank you for joining us. Thanks for your patience while we got an agenda adopted, and I will turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, and members of the, who are the other ones? The charter members, I guess, charter officers. Thank you for the invitation to be here tonight to speak to this important issue. You have a number of handouts. You should have a copy of my PowerPoint, as well as about 14 other attachments. I'm going to bring up my PowerPoint and start going through it. This was a request made by your Manager Feldman, for me to attend here tonight to talk about the procedures that we use to investigate specifically inmate battery. What I ask you to do as I go through this presentation is please recognize how comprehensive these procedures are regarding the details as well as the documentation and also the timeliness of how this is done. We follow not only the letter of the law, but also the spirit of the law in all aspects. And not every state in Florida has statutes that cover this. At least I'm not familiar with any to the level that I am, of course, with Florida. Let me get going here. Trying to move forward on the slide, and I'm not in the read function. Okay, I've already covered that part of it. There was a recent article back in the first part of June from the Lakeland Ledger, and you have a copy of that in your handout, where it covered about a 30-year period regarding excessive force cases, and this is in the state of Florida. And what they show is, as the slide shows here, that a fewer than a third of the excessive force cases resulted in termination or resignation of the involved employee. Most of the employees kept their jobs, and about 20% landed other jobs in Florida. And about almost 60% of those excessive force cases involve corrections officers who either worked in the Department of Corrections or in county jails throughout Florida. I referenced the Florida state statute. You also have this in your packet. That there is a law that states that every corrections agency shall establish and then put into operation a system for the receipt and investigation of complaints received from any person. And then it additionally calls for an internal investigation to be done, and also points out that, and this is important to note because sometimes we get criticism because we don't speak freely in the initial stages of an investigation, and it's because we can't. There's a law that states that we cannot willfully disclose any information before the complaint becomes a public record. And if we do that, besides just the acknowledgement that an investigation is going on, we would be guilty of committing a misdemeanor. And then also during the preparation of the report, there's an additional burden on the part of the person that's doing the investigation, that they must swear that the information that they are gathering is accurate and that the information is true. And if they don't, they could be penalized under perjury, which is a felony in the state of Florida. So this is a serious process. The state of Florida takes this seriously. And then within the Department of the Jail, and I'm speaking to our local jail, Alachua County, I'm not speaking to any other county jail in Florida, but as part of our procedures, during the booking in process, every inmate is provided with their own copy of the inmate handbook. It's a comprehensive covering of all the potential questions or issues or needs that they may have while they're housed in the Department of the Jail. The handbook is also posted and accessible to the public on our website. And again, this is helpful, especially for family members or friends who want to review it or who have questions. And if they're not able to find the answer, then of course they can contact the Department of the Jail, and we have staff who can help direct them to the proper portion of that handbook, or answer their question in more detail if needed. Specific to the investigation of complaints by inmates, the classification unit within the structure of the jail, as part of their duties, they're the designated area of personnel who are trained to assist with conflict resolution and also track and monitor inmate grievances. When a allegation of criminal conduct, and I separate that out from, say, someone who may not be happy with the linen that's provided at the jail or any sort of issues that maybe they're just dissatisfied. I'm speaking just to allegations of criminal conduct. And when that happens, whether it's within the law enforcement side of the agency or in the jail side of the agency, there are two parallel investigations that are started at the same time. One is the administrative investigation, and that is one that is done internally by our Office of Professional Standards. This is an area that is staffed by experienced personnel at the rank of lieutenant, no lower than the rank of lieutenant, and they are actually adjacent to my office suite, because the need for confidentiality as well as privacy, and it is a secure area within the agency, but they conduct those administrative level investigations. And then the criminal investigation portion, the separate parallel investigation, is conducted by our Criminal Investigations Division, and they follow the criminal code as outlined in Florida state statutes. Whenever there's the administrative investigation process, these are the basic steps. I did not go into a lot of detail regarding these steps because it would have taken us to midnight to talk about this process, but it is a very thorough investigation. The first step, of course, is an allegation is received, and it could come directly from an inmate, or it could come from a supervisor in the course of their duties to review video and also use of force reports, or it may come from staff regarding an incident that needs to be looked into. And then since it's a case of criminal conduct, in this case that we're speaking specifically to battery, which is an unlawful touching or striking of an inmate, the next step is to ensure that there is a medical evaluation of the involved individuals, whether it's one inmate or a number, and then also if the employee may have suffered from some injuries. We want to document that from an evidentiary standpoint. Then to gather and examine all the available evidence. Then once the investigation is done, the initial findings are presented to me to determine the work status of the employee, determine whether they are to be suspended, whether or not, another option would be to move them into another area of the agency away from the involved complainant. There are a couple of options to be considered, and then to make sure that the Criminal Investigations Division is provided with the initial information so they can begin their evidence gathering as well as their investigation in a separate but parallel method. From the administrative investigation, the OPS lieutenant who is assigned the case interviews the subject employee. The next part here that I've got highlighted in red is an area that sometimes is, in some circles, is given some pushback from the standpoint of that it may give the subject employee access to information prior to their interview, and it may give them some advantage going into an interview. And in some areas, again, some circles, including some police chiefs and sheriffs, this is an area that it could be looked at to not provide this information to the involved employee, to take away, if you will, that advantage that some people feel like they may have. But recognize if that's done, this is the same process that is used for a citizen. If a citizen is accused of a crime, they are also provided with their attorney or their defense. Public defender is provided with the information, and so we would be treating our own employees differently than we would be treating citizens if they are accused of a crime too. So the information that they have a chance to look at literally is everything that is gathered in the course of the information, the video, any GPS location information, photographs of any evidence, statements of witnesses, statements of other people who may have knowledge, and they are provided that so they may consult with their legal counsel. The investigative process here, as a law enforcement agency, we also give the subject employee what's called the Garrity warning. The Garrity warning advises the subject employee that as a matter of constitutional law, anything that they say cannot be used in a criminal proceeding. I'm sorry, may be admissible in a criminal proceeding. And if they fail to respond in the administrative part of the investigation, they could be prosecuted for perjury also, or obstruction of justice. So that tells them that if they don't cooperate with the administrative investigation, they could face termination based upon that refusal alone. Now, am I correct about the Garrity warning about, I'm looking at one of my staff members from the being used in a criminal investigation?
So anything related to Garrity, it all basically is telling them that we are compelling them to answer questions truthfully and to the best of their knowledge, and that absolutely nothing they provide in the administrative.
Okay, so nothing they provide during that administrative investigation could be used in the criminal investigation. So that gives them some assurance if that's something that they are concerned about. But it's a standard part of every criminal conduct type of investigation that we do. The next step is the investigative report. The administrative report is completed by the Office of Professional Standards Lieutenant. It's forwarded then, this is an interesting part, it's forwarded to then each commander within that employee's chain of command independently. So they do not, one commander, say the lieutenant doesn't know what the captain's recommendation is going to be. They each independently look at the investigative information and make their determination of what they believe the charge should be, the misconduct classification, and then also what the recommendation for discipline, if any, would be. So they make those independently. That comes back together and is collated, and the final determination comes to me to look at what the different commanders recommend, what their findings are, but the final determination is made by me. And then the subject employee is notified of my determination as to the discipline, or in some cases, the lack of discipline. And then the subject employee, if there is discipline, they have the right under Florida Statute 112 to what's called a Laudermill hearing. It's also referred to a name clearing type of hearing. It's referred to as an informal process, but it feels very formal because they come to have a meeting with me. If the recommendation is for termination, they meet with me along with my general counsel. If it's anything less than termination, they meet with the second in command, Colonel David Huckstep, and along with general counsel, and they have the ability to bring someone in with them, but that person they bring in with them cannot speak for them. This is their opportunity to offer any information which may help in the determination regarding the name clearing or this information that they believe may be helpful to alter the final decision making in their discipline. Then another very important part with the disciplinary findings, which is different in many, many states, and I'm proud to say that Florida, under the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's Criminal Justice Standards and Training Commission, we at the Alachua County Sheriff's Office, and not every agency in the state of Florida does this, but we here at the Alachua County Sheriff's Office report all of our disciplinary findings to the Criminal Justice Standards and Training Commission. This is just to give you an idea of the magnitude of and the thoroughness of the investigation. This is a checklist. Checklists tend to be very handy. It may not be applicable in every situation, but it is a guide for the lieutenant who is doing the investigation to make sure that they've covered everything that needs to be covered. And again, that's just offered to you as information. These are our levels of standards of conduct and the violation category within which they fall. The criminal conduct, the battery of an inmate, which is what we're talking about specifically here tonight, is on the left-hand side at the very top. It's under the category A, which is the highest level of infraction or misconduct. Criminal conduct is listed as number 1. You'll see that it is listed as a level 5 violation. That means it's the most egregious, and it has the most points assigned to it, and it stays on our tracking system for 2 years. And then you see related to the other lesser levels of violations. And also, if you'll note on the top right-hand corner, under C, there's a level 3 listing of violations. The first one there is the duty to report misconduct. That's an important topic of conversation in the nation today. That is something that has been in our standards of conduct for many, many, many years, even prior to my tenure, but it is something that we not only have on the books, but we follow, we reinforce it. It's part of our code of ethics that every employee takes, And it is something that our employees are frequently reminded of, and even more so in the days that we've seen where there have been some discussions. But again, I'm proud that we have that, and has been part of our culture here at the Alachua County Sheriff's Office for a long time. This is a matrix that we use. It looks, I'm not going to go into all the detail. I don't want to bore y'all to that point, but it is a matrix scale having to do with the points that are attached to the violation, and then the accumulation of those points. You know, if someone has a series of missteps or misconduct along the way, those points accumulate for a period of time, as has been indicated, and then there's a recommendation for the range depending on the points, and it helps. It serves as a guide. I can always deviate from the matrix. I will tell you that I rarely do. It sets up a form of practice and a form of consistency and transparency. When I do go against or go outside the matrix, either higher or lower, I typically make a comment on the document as to the reasons why, or put enough notes there that it will help me recollect the reasons why. A lot of it has to do with the person accepting responsibility in a genuine way, as well as their tenure here, how long they've been here in the agency, you know, what is their track record of discipline or misconduct. So all that's got to be factored in, and the matrix doesn't necessarily track that, but it is an opportunity for me to deviate from the matrix if it warrants. Okay, now during my tenure, and I came in as sheriff in November of 2006, so that's been almost 14 years, and there have been 37 sustained allegations of criminal conduct against Department of the Jail employees. And I have to make a correction here. I've got it listed here as sworn employees. The Department of the Jail, they have a different type of certification. They have a correction certification, so they are referred to as certified employees. So this should read Department of Jail certified employees. The sworn refers to law enforcement certified employees. The allegations of those 37 range, actually that occurred during my first 2 weeks here as sheriff. It was a theft of biscuits by an employee at the Department of the Jail. And that actually gave me the indication that there was probably some issues here at the sheriff's office having to do with integrity and ethics, and typically that may have resulted in a termination. I did not terminate this employee because, again, new sheriff coming in, new standard of conduct, and I sent the message that person was disciplined. They were not terminated, but I sent the clear message that theft or any sort of criminal conduct would be dealt with, was not be tolerated, and would be dealt with severely. And so you see the range. It includes driving under the influence, worthless checks, and also up to child pornography. So these are not inconsequential, but there are significant differences in the range. Now we're going to boil it down even further to the allegations of criminal conduct. The actual battery instances are a threat of harm to inmates. And these are the ones that are under my tenure. And as you can see, there are 5 of them. 3 of them involve the actual touching or striking of an inmate. The other 2, there was no touching. The first one that you see listed there is where a detention officer stood by and actually coerced 2 inmates to fight one another. So the detention officer wasn't physically involved in that encounter, but it was inappropriate conduct because he did influence them to do so and stood by while they did it. So he was disciplined. The second entry there is an aggravated assault, which is not a touching, it is not a striking, it is a threat to strike or touch. And in this case, that was through the use of a taser. There was no activation of the taser, and again, no touching, but still it was misconduct that rose to the level that is considered to be criminal conduct, and so I include it here on the listing. Now the next series, I'm going to boil down to the bottom 3 are the ones that have received some public attention, and rightly so, here. Now, one of them actually occurred in the latter part of 2019. I believe it was back in November. It didn't get finished up or completed. The investigation didn't get finished up or completed until January. So you heard some reference that there were three incidents that occurred in 2020. And actually it's 2 that occurred in 2020, 1 that occurred in 2019. That's just an explanation and it's not an excuse. It is still inappropriate conduct and they were all dealt with significantly. The next steps I'm going to go to is to show you the actual video of each of these. Now I'm going to try to show you what's going to happen. This is the inmate. She's sitting here and she's going to be approached by a detention officer by the name of DePisa. She's going to be coming down the hallway. Another detention officer at some point is going to get in between the inmate and DePisa, trying to send the message to DePisa to back off. You'll see what happens. DePisa admittedly herself, she said she lost her cool and she committed the misconduct. So let me get you to watch that and then we'll move on. I'm going to stop there. Now this next one is a little bit more difficult to see, but what we have is a detention officer in the total green. He's allowed himself to be surrounded by inmates. That's not smart and it's not good practice, but that's not part of this misconduct. But what he does do is he puts himself in the position of being vulnerable, and what will happen here is he and the group of inmates are trash talking, and one of the inmates, the person's a white male right here against the kind of hidden by the other inmate, but he's there kind of bald-headed, and he's standing right there. He says something smart ethically to the detention officer, and the detention officer does a real quick slap in his chest. It's very hard to see and it's very quick. I may play this twice so you can try to see it. But what you will see is this inmate that's hidden by this particular inmate, the one that's hidden, he will step back just a bit after he's struck. And so it's very, very quick, very slight, but here we go. Okay, I'm going to start that again. How do we get back? Okay, I'm going to play that again. Okay, they're very quick. And that was the former detention officer Hawk. The former inmate, the previous slide, detention officer DePisa was terminated. She was suspended and then eventually terminated from the administrative investigation. She also had criminal charges filed against her. She completed a deferred prosecution. In this particular case, the former detention officer Hawk, he also was suspended right away and was terminated. He did not have criminal charges filed against him. That was a decision made by the state attorney. They felt like it didn't rise to the level of warranting criminal charges. Okay, and the next one, this is the one that's the most egregious, and it is the most recent one. This is the former detention officer Ulrich. This is on a night shift, and this is a zooming in. This is actually the second floor of a pod, and detention officer Ulrich is going up to this cell. He opens the door to the cell. You'll see a light, more light coming into the room. He then goes into the room and batters the inmate several times. You will see a second detention officer come up and step in the doorway. He does not see the first battery because he's on the bottom floor, the first floor, goes up to a stairwell and walks up the stairwell here and then across the floor. And he does not see the initial battery, but while he's standing in the doorway, he does see an additional battery. This is going to take a little bit longer to go through. Oops. Okay, it's hard to see because it's just from the standpoint of the vantage point, but it is important to state that this happened on a midnight shift. Ulrich was assigned as a midnight shift. In the morning rounds, the inmate told the morning detention officer about the battery, and so he was given medical attention. And he was the offending detention officer, Officer Ulrich. Once the video was looked at, he was suspended before noon that day. He has since been terminated. He does have criminal charges filed against him. Those criminal charges are still pending. Next, I'm going to end with just going through the recognition that not only do we have this process of very thorough investigation, we also have what's called an early identification system. This is something that our Office of Professional Standards, they monitor the different levels of conduct or complaints that come through. They also look at job performance. It's a way to recognize if the employee may be going through a lot of job stress or have some personal things going on in their lives, but if their job performance is affected. And then the early identification system is compiled for a report, and the involved employee, the employee that we're concerned about, their supervisor, their direct supervisor is made aware so they can continue to monitor, have a talk with the person, check out to see what may be happening. But all these factors are considered, not only the input from previous supervisors, maybe they had noticed something and the person got transferred to another shift or another area, so that's why it's important to talk to previous supervisors, and then observations from others who work with that employee, and then a check about the work product from a quality standpoint as well as a quantity standpoint, and then any commendations, any to balance out, to just look at the total picture from an employee. But it's important for us to have this kind of system to be aware of it. Now, one more area, just from the timeliness of what is a concern, not only in our community, but in our nation, is whether or not our agencies are compliant with this initiative called 8 Can't Wait. And the Alachua County Sheriff's Office is 8 Can't Wait compliant. Every aspect of the 8 Can't Wait recommendations have been part of our policy and procedures since I've been here. This is also on our website and on social media. We put it out recently to make sure that people specifically could look at the different components of 8 Can't Wait, and then it references our specific directive that applies to that area. I will say that I can only speak to my agency, but I know that this is something that is ingrained in our policies and procedures and as part of our culture. It's not perfect. We still have a long way to go, and we certainly want to be a part of the discussion, and not only the discussion, but the actions as we go forward. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions or listen to comments.
thank you, Sheriff. I had to unmute there. Really appreciate you taking some time to be with us tonight and sharing that presentation. We do have some questions and comments from the commission, so let's start with Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sheriff, for joining us. What type of training do you have? I noticed in the videos, it seemed like it was just a lot of animosity. It was just a lot of tension build up. So how often are your folks trained, maybe go out, maybe get counseling, or how often does that work? If someone is feeling stressed out, do you give them an opportunity to take leave? Explain to us or walk us through some training that you all offer for those guards that may feel some type of tension or some type of mental pressures.
And that's really a good question, Commissioner, from the standpoint of when you notice the data, and if you go back through and look at your backup, we have not had a battery on an inmate for many years. And then to have 3 in a fairly short period of time is concerning. And I gave it a lot of thought, trying to talk to staff to see, you know, what could be causing it. The inmate population is down significantly from where it has been. It's been as high as almost 1,100. And now we're at, I believe it was, we had inmates, 614 inmates this morning. So there's been a decline in the inmate population, in large part due to some of our diversionary programs, as well as referral programs and just not bringing people to jail when there are other options. But so it still begs the question, why this many in this short period of time? And I really don't know the answer to it. I do think the being at home and isolated with the COVID, that's certainly a new dynamic in our society and in our community and for our employees. The frustration level on the side of both the inmate and the employee, that may be a factor. I don't know. There's no quantitative way to prove that, but it seems to be, there may be a correlation. The other thing that factors into it, I believe, is that because of COVID, we have, from a department of the jail, not been able to transfer inmates who are sentenced to the Department of Corrections at the level and frequency and volume that we have been doing for years. We're actually limited to only 7 inmates every 3 weeks. What that does is it causes some fear, frustration, tension on the side of the inmate, because they know that now they've been sentenced to, say, 5, 10, 12 years to the Department of Corrections, and they could go at any time. And so that waiting, you know, it's been said that waiting is the hardest part. And so if they're waiting and they know their fate, that they're going to be sentenced to many, many years in prison, that adds a factor of their frustration level, I assume. Then there's also the component that we have inmates who are mentally ill, and many have been waiting to go to state hospitals. They have been certified and judicially designated to be able to be released from the Department of Jail to a state mental hospital, but the state hospitals have not been accepting inmates for months. And we're hoping that that will start up again. I was at a meeting with the Public Safety Coordinating Council earlier. That was a part of the discussion. And we also have a number of inmates, I think over, look at my notes here, we have 15 actually that are waiting to go to, in our Department of the Jail, currently waiting to go to a state mental health hospital to get treatment. And then we've got 47 inmates who are waiting to go to the Department of Corrections. In addition to that, we have a number of inmates who are here in Alachua County based upon a warrant arrest from another county. We have many inmates in our jail who have been picked up here on warrants from Columbia County, from Pinellas County, from Putnam County, Sarasota County, Union County, and 2 from out of state, Pennsylvania and Georgia, that cannot be moved or transported out of our jail to their home jurisdiction because of COVID. So this is a very, very new dynamic that we have not dealt with. That's why that's the only thing that I can come up with all those factors that I just mentioned that may have been a factor. It's not and again, not an excuse, but it may be an explanation as to why we've had this number of batteries by detention officers. You will see from the standpoint of, since we're talking about racial inequity or injustice, race does not appear to be a factor in these three cases because it's a mix of gender and race. So it's this, whatever it is that's affecting people is affecting everyone.
So thanks, Chair. So how are you all going to be active in trying to maybe lend some support, some mental support, or some type of help to your employees, to your employees, because it's almost like a powder keg, right? It's a lot of tension and a lot of things are being built up. Do your employees have the technique or the mental capabilities to know how to, let me take a step back, let me count to 10 or 15 or 20, like everyday, we would assume everyday folks would do in a normal situation, but I know this is not a situation.
Yes, Commissioner. I failed to answer that part of your question. The majority of our jail employees, over 60%, have been trained in CIT, crisis intervention training. That is something, my goal is to get 100% of employees, but due to transfers, terminations, retirements, we're not at that goal yet, but the jail is around 60% of the employees have that training. They also recognize and know that we have an EAP, an employee assistance program. We have a staff psychologist under contract with us. As part of the training, employees are made aware of the trauma-based view of the work that they do. We also have a very robust, what's called a CISM team. It's a group of peers within our agency that are very responsive to the needs of employees who are subjected to traumatic events, and they also provide a level of outreach to employees. It's really caught on. No command staff is involved. It's a confidential peer support group, but we all of our command staff are also well aware and coached and encouraged to recognize the signs of stress for our employees and be very open to providing the help that employees may need or need to seek. And we are not shy about talking about it. And we also are not shy about talking about preventing suicide. This is very tough work, and it's getting tougher by the hour. So it's something that we keep in our forefront and place a high importance on. A very good question, and it's something that is recognized and has been recognized for quite a bit of time here. And one other thing, from the standpoint of staffing, our staffing, while not perfect and not 100%, but it is very adequate. It's better than it's been in a very long time. So being able to take leave is not an issue. Supervisors recognize that being able to take vacation and leave is a benefit, it's an employee benefit, so it's not denied unless there's a justifiable reason for that. But the availability of taking leave is not an issue and not a problem.
Thank you, Sheriff. Do you conclude, Commissioner? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for those questions. Commissioner Sacco.
So I saw in some of the backup materials that everything's pinging, that the classification unit is the one that really does that inmate outreach and kind of case management. And my question is, I'm glad that this exists, but in a practical sense, how accessible is the classification unit? Is it like an office that an inmate has the ability to request to visit, like the infirmary? Is it someone who makes rounds to the inmates to see if anyone needs follow-up? How does, I guess, the reporting to that classification unit, how accessible is it really?
Okay, and it's another very good question. The classification unit is not the only unit or area within the jail that interacts with inmates. We have a number of programs. We have a jail diversion specialist. We have a transition specialist, a number of full-time positions, but the classification unit does deal specifically with inmate grievances and also interact with the inmates on a regular basis. The medical personnel also visit inmates, and zone sergeants conduct the random security walkthroughs. They have a baton that they have to hit certain areas of the jail to document when they are walking through the jail, and so that's a documentation oversight mechanism that we have. The shift commander or that shift commander's designee shall see and talk with each inmate, especially those in segregation, at least once per shift. The having eyes on is very important to make sure for the security, safety, and health and well-being of inmates. The classification unit is very much an active, interactive unit within the jail. And at any time, the inmate can send a notice either to medical or to indicate that they want to have a visit. And the officers who are posted throughout the pod, the housing unit within the jail, have a clear visual with inmates within that population area.
And just a follow-up question, sorry. Is every request to meet with the classification unit or any of these other programs granted? Is each one granted, or is there some, filtering method before the inmate can get to that person or is allowed to file a grievance? Is every grievance that someone wants to file objectively taken at face value and followed up on?
Every grievance is taken at face value. Now recognize that some of the inmates do have mental health issues, and some of their grievances that are outlined may not make sense, but that in itself is an indication that they need to have a visit and need to have someone take a look at them and talk to them and evaluate them. And that's why we have the medical staff, nurses are available all the time. The classification personnel go to every housing unit every single day, and they are very accessible. If they're not accessible, clearly the detention officers are there in the housing unit, and an inmate can make that request. And again, we have to factor in too, are they due to go to court? Are they due to go to a hospital? Are they due to go to some other scheduling event? So it's an intense orchestration of humanity, and it's something I've learned a great deal about as sheriff. I knew nothing about the management of a jail, and starting in 2006, I'm not an expert by any means, but I certainly know a great deal more, and it is a very impressive orchestration of the needs of every single individual inmate within the jail.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Oh, hold on. There's that feedback, right? Is that better? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, that's great. You got it.
Okay, hold on one second. I can't hear you. Can someone say something for me?
How you doing?
Hello. Who's got the bird chirping?
Not working out.
We can hear your
Mayor,
bird.
since you all can hear me, why don't you all go ahead to the next person while I get this figured out?
Sure. Thanks. We'll come right back to you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Sheriff Darnell for joining us today. In your presentation, a lot of what you referenced were state statutes that you must abide by. And so the questions that I want to just get into, and not to repeat the excellent questions of my colleagues, is first, who ultimately determines excessive force? Is that determined in the statutes, or is that an administrative definition?
It's outlined in statute, and the wording, as in most statutes, is very precise.
Okay. And you mentioned that there were many options for reporting for inmates, and I wanted to know, do those opportunities are they also extended to people who are not in general population and those who are in holding?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, and do you know of any statute of limitations that may apply to any reporting or anything of that nature?
It would depend on the crime alleged. So I'm not, without more specifics, I'm not able to help you.
It was a general question. A lot of my question was going to go around the trainings, but that was already touched on. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my round.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson, how are you doing? Commissioner Johnson, can you hear us? Does not appear so. So let me go over to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
I was going to speak about the mug shots, or should we wrap this up?
No, let's go ahead while Commissioner Johnson's working that out.
Commissioner Johnson?
I think so.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Sheriff Darnell, for being here. Wanted to touch on another issue in the backup of mugshots and how they're used in our community. Recently, the Gainesville Sun and Gannett removed their website that published them. And I was actually able earlier this year to meet with the staff at the 8th Circuit, and they removed their website earlier this spring that automatically published the mugshots. And these are where websites are able to easily scrape them and put them on their websites to make profit. Right now, though, the only website that I know of that automatically publishes them right now is the sheriff website does have a website where all the mugshots are visible, and that makes it easier for websites to scrape them. So one of the requests I would like for the City Commission to Sheriff Darnell is to remove the auto publishing of the mugshots, and specifically where all of them are visible at one time. I'd also like for us to send letters to the 8th Circuit and to the city, or the Gainesville Sun and the Gannett papers for the actions they've taken on mugshots. I think it's important that we recognize our community partners who do good. And then lastly, I would like for us to talk about GPD and a policy for ourselves. I don't believe that we should be placing mugshots in the press releases and on Facebook that when someone is arrested. I think that should only be put out there when we're trying to find someone as a fugitive or things like that. Someone's arrested, they're not guilty yet, but when that mugshot's out there, it gets shared, and even though charges might be dropped in a week or so, their life is, in essence, can be ruined. I also think that we should end the practice of media perp walks, and perp walks are where the police department will call the media to come and to set up their cameras to show someone who is just arrested leaving the police department, going into a police vehicle and being taken to the jail. These are people who have not been found guilty, but I believe that I don't think we should be pushing them out there in that case. They deserve a fair trial before their mugshots are put out there. So that would be a request, those 4 different items for the commission to take action on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess if Sheriff Darnell can talk to the portion about her website as well.
Yeah, sure. Sheriff, you want to talk about the mugshot publication?
Oh, I'm trying to figure out what the question was.
I think it's a request. Commissioner Santos, you want to
yeah, the request is for you to remove the mugshots that you automatically publish for inmates who are booked into your jail. And then also you have a section where all inmates can be seen at one time, and all their mugshots can be seen at one time, which makes the website scraping companies, what they do is they can easily take those much quicker than otherwise. So
I think you're misinformed. We do have a website, and it is under the Department of the Jail, where people can look up inmates. And as a part of that process, if they want to see the photos, they can do that. It is not able to be scraped, as far as I know, and has not been for a very long time. The scraping part of that to put out throughout the world was done from a clerk's office standpoint, because we did send our inmate photos to the clerk's office. That has been corrected for a period of time, a significant period of time. And so it's incorrect to say that our mugshots can be taken by a company and then put out to the world. It is correct to say that we do have an inmate search function that does provide some definite utility to people who are attempting to locate an inmate, either people in the community or also through different public safety folks in our community and elsewhere. We have some circuits in other parts of the state that use it from time to time. I'm not sure of what I can do for you, and especially without taking it under advisement and seeing what sort of impact it would have and any sort of unintended consequences that we certainly wouldn't want to have a negative part to. But what also has to be factored in is that under Florida state statute, again, and this is Florida state statute 119, we are required to take a booking photo. We are required to provide that booking photo to whoever requested. It is a public record. And that is not anything that I have any control over, nor would I change. It's under statute, so I'm going to abide by it. I think I understand part of your concern, but that is not within my purview, and it is not correct information.
I mean, I can build a tool to scrape that website if I wanted to. It's harder, you're right, your website is harder than what it was and what the 8th Circuit is, but it is still possible. I still don't think we should be publishing the mugshots, but we do have state law that says that they are public records, so you do have to do a public records request. It's just how do we automatically publish them or not?
We don't post, we have them there available for people to search, but we don't post them.
Thank you, Sheriff. Commissioner Johnson, do you want to try to get in here again?
Yeah, I will. Thank you. I'm not going to be on video. I'm still having some technical difficulties, so you'll just hear my voice for now.
It's all good.
Okay, good. Thanks, Sheriff Darnell, for being here. I just want to go back to the presentation and ask a couple of questions. I know that you said that you really try to create a culture where you are helping your officers hold each other accountable for misconduct. And, I'd love to get an idea of how that is manifested. For example, in the past 5 years or so, how many times have other officers held each other accountable, and for what kinds of things are they holding each other accountable for misconduct?
I don't know the answer to that question. I know it's numerous. I was not specifically asked to research that and be prepared to answer it, but I do know that it has happened quite a bit. And that is something that is, one of the ways that complaints come to our attention so that we can investigate it. Is it 100%? Nope, it's not 100%, I'm sure, but it is strongly encouraged, and also strongly encouraged by example. We post the discipline reports every month, and we don't name the people that are involved, but we name or list the circumstances involved, so people see what kind of disciplinary actions are being taken as a result of different types of misconduct. So that is one way to get the word out. But the most important way is through the culture of the agency. We talk about it during our command staffs. We make sure that it is something that is recognized. I've set the tone in the agency for many, many years that I will not tolerate misconduct. This profession is near and dear to me, and I will not have it drugged down by the inactions in some cases, or the actions in others of people acting irresponsibly and unethically and without a sense of true justice.
Well, so I'm going to go back to the last video that we saw. Do you pronounce his name Ulrich or Ulrich? How do you pronounce it?
It starts with a U-L, but it's pronounced like Ulrich.
Ulrich. Okay, so Ulrich that day. So were there two other people that were with him that day?
There was one other detention officer. He was the one that was standing in the doorway. There was another detention officer. He was on the first floor at the desk, and he was not involved, did not witness any actions. The second officer that was in the doorway, he was interviewed this week. I do not have the details of that investigation yet.
Okay, so if you can go back with me and just remind me what the employment status of Ulrich is right now.
He's terminated.
He's terminated, and he was terminated when?
Hold on, let me see if I got my notes here.
It was 6-4, Sheriff, according to the presentation.
Okay, and how soon after he assaulted the inmate was he disciplined? Did you say within hours or days? I can't remember.
He was suspended within hours.
He was suspended within hours. Okay, thanks.
Then the investigation starts. So the investigation had to be, as listed out, how thorough that can be, and it's determined. The length of the investigation is determined by the number of witnesses and the amount of evidence that needs to be reviewed. In this case, there were some witnesses that heard some of the misconduct, and then there was the other detention officer that was a witness, and then the one at the desk also needed to be interviewed to find out whether or not he witnessed or heard anything.
Okay, and then you mentioned that there's an investigative process that happens, and in that process, you said the officers are, they either work with you or they're adjacent to you. Is there any kind of independent oversight of any of the investigations that do happen, or is it all within kind of your department?
The investigations are not conducted by jail employees at the jail.
Yep.
The Office of Professional Standards is a standalone direct report area within the agency that reports directly to me, and it's not independent of the agency, but it is independent of the area where the violation occurred.
Okay, thank you. I think I have some more questions later. I just want to kind of gather my thoughts, but that's a good start. Thank you.
Right, one other point about that, the investigation outcome and the discipline is then referred to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's Commission on Standards and Training. They review the information. They may agree with the determination as to revoking that employee's certification, corrections or law enforcement certification, or they may not. But that is something that is also another step in the process. Depending on the nature of the misconduct, but especially in criminal conduct, that's another element that is considered the revocation or termination of their certification for employment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, my questions have already been asked, but I did want to thank you, Sheriff Darnell, for making yourself available this evening. And for bringing the information to us. And thank you to my colleagues for already having asked the questions that I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one quick question, and maybe Harvey, you was thinking about this question too. Everyone at the jail, Sheriff, are actually employees of the Alachua County Sheriff's Office? And if not, do you all have temporary employees from temp agencies working there, or is everyone there an actual employee of the Sheriff's Office?
The majority of the employees at the Department of the Jail are employees of the Sheriff's Office. We do have medical staff and food service staff and commissary staff that are contracted out, and they're employed within the business that hire them.
Do you require those folks that are there that are not part of the Sheriff's Office or department to sign a code of ethics statement or anything that relates?
They don't have any direct contact with the inmates except for the medical staff, and I can't require them to, I guess I could, but I don't require them to take the code of ethics that applies to our profession and our agency.
Okay, so in the 8 can't wait, I was looking at your backup, and you have 6 of the points that that's been in place for years. The number 5 was duty to intervene. I guess that was the reason for my questioning, because you require if it's a responsibility for encouraging others in your profession to abide by this code. So I guess, yeah, and I get that. But if you have any other folks that are on campus and that are there providing a service, may not necessarily come in contact with the inmate, but may see something and could be a voice in some aspect. So do you think, would you consider at some point looking into your rules and regulations and maybe considering drafting something of a code of ethics or some type of duty to intervene for people that are working on site, may not have physical contact, but may be able to see something or hear something and be a liaison for something?
We could. They are required to go through an orientation so they can be acclimated to the culture and the expectations that we have of them as being vendors, if you will, vendor employees. And they are required to sign off on certain policies. I don't know what those policies are off the top of my head, but I'm sure it would include for them to be forthright and forthcoming. I can check into that, but I don't necessarily see a requirement for them to sign off on a code of ethics because I don't have direct authority over them.
Right, and I get that, but just looking at the whole picture, if someone is on campus and provide a service, and you pay them, and they're providing a service for you for the inmates, and I'm assuming they represent you or the department in some capacity. I just think that it would be beneficial if you would have something in place to make sure that whomever's there, you're paying and they're providing service and they're representing the department in some capacity, that things are understood, that a climate and a culture is something that is a no tolerance zone or whatever you may have in place, that's understood with that contract between those vendors. Just a suggestion.
And it may be being done by the commanders. I don't know that. I didn't, but I do want to point out at this point that the agency as a whole, and also including the jail, is accredited. Not every agency is accredited, and we are accredited in various areas, including jail medical. So as part of that accreditation process, there is documentation and oversight regarding the proper and thorough levels and standards of conduct. So we have had that demonstrated time and time again, not only at a basic level and not even at a medium level, but at the highest level every single time. So I think that covers or will cover or does cover your concerns. People who are at the jail, they are thoroughly vetted and also thoroughly documented, and the procedures are in place that are also not just on paper, but have to be demonstrated that they're put into practice through an accreditation process that we go through every certain number of years, 3 or 4 years, and outside people come in to make sure that we are adhering to it. Not every law enforcement agency in this community is accredited, so this is something that I'm very proud of, and I'm very proud that the jail is. And let me say this, I recognize that the inmates who are in our jail are members of our community. They are family members. They are co-workers. They are people who live in our neighborhoods. It is very, very important to me that the care, custody of and control of inmates is recognized as one of my highest responsibilities. I am very proud of the operation of the jail. It's not to say that we don't have some mistakes that are made and errors that are taken, but I take it very seriously that the jail must be a place that is safe for our inmates and safe for employees.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put a motion on the floor. Okay,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I move that we authorize the mayor to send a thank you letter on behalf of the City Commission to the 8th Circuit Chief Judge and the other 8th Circuit judges for taking down their mugshot search website earlier this year. Secondly, that we authorize the mayor to send a letter on behalf of the City Commission to Sheriff Darnell asking her to take down the portion of her website that allows you to view mugshots of inmates in Alachua County Jail. Third, that we authorize the mayor to send a letter, thank you letter on behalf of the City Commission to the Gannett Company and the Gainesville Sun for taking down their mugshots Gainesville.com website. Fourth, that we give direction to the city manager to create a GPD policy to end the practice of placing mugshots in GPD arrest press releases, and to end all media perp walks. Mugshots may only be used in press releases when trying to locate someone or other circumstances that have a clear law enforcement reason.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, I think I got Ariola first.
Okay.
Ariola seconds. Okay, boy, we're not doing our one comment per round from our first item. I do have some questions for the sheriff, but I'll get to all you first. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate your patience with this. It's very, very rare that we have the opportunity and the pleasure of having Ms. Darnell with us. So I think, I'd just like to ask a few more questions. Sheriff Darnell, can you tell me what your annual budget is?
I can, but I won't, because I was asked to be here to speak about inmate abuse. I've spent a great deal of my time going through that. I'll be happy to talk to you. The budget is public record. And I could stay here all night and talk to you all, but I know that y'all talked earlier about having a heavy agenda and don't want to be burdened past midnight. If you want to have further discussions, or it doesn't necessarily need to take a formal presentation, give me a call.
Okay. Well, I'll just, you said that the care, custody, and control of the jail and of the incarcerated individuals is one of your highest priorities. So I'm asking these questions as a follow-up to that statement. So I'll just continue to ask them. If you don't feel like answering, or you don't feel like it's necessary right now, that's fine. But, there are some concerns that have come to me from the community about, for example, the cost of the phone calls, about the quality of the food. We know that people that are in the jail are there many times because they can't afford to be bailed out. And oftentimes they are paying for the uniform. Oftentimes their family at least is paying for the phone calls, an exorbitant rate from what I've heard. I've heard that they're paying for their daily stay. And, if the care and the custody of the people there is of highest priority to you, then I would love to ask for you to consider. Like I said, I'm not sure exactly what your budget is. But I think it would be of great service to the people that are in the jail, often because they can't afford to be bailed out. They are there on pre-trial detention in jail, and they are innocent until proven guilty, and they are incurring debt because they cannot afford to be bailed out. Oftentimes they leave with a bill that either they or their families have to pay. I'm wondering if it would fit within your budget to be able to pay for some of those costs, pay for the uniform outright that they are required to wear, pay for the food that it takes to sustain them so that they can live, pay for the medical care that they need, if so needed, in the jail. Is that something that you would consider today?
Madam Commissioner and other commissioners, there is a real need for awareness of the responsibility of what the jail function is. There are many law enforcement agencies in this county. There are many others, such as the Florida Highway Patrol and others that come through our county. They each may make arrest of individuals and bring them to the department of the jail. I have very little control of who gets arrested and brought and booked into the jail. I have less control over who gets released. While they're in the jail, they are my responsibility, and I do place a high importance on their care and custody and their control. That is why we meet the highest level of accreditation from a medical, from a food standpoint. Employees eat the same food that is provided by the food provider at the jail. The jail commander, Jeff Kluter, eats there every single day, I think, for the last 13 years. The food is a fine quality. If an inmate has a concern or issue, a complaint about the jail, they do have a means and a process to make that complaint known. From a telephone standpoint, the county, the Alachua County Board of County Commission has the contract for the phone regarding the cost and the implementation of that contract. It falls within the role of the budget of facilities. Facilities of any county building, including the jail, falls under the Board of County Commission and not me. I understand the complaint, and I've heard it for many, many years about phone calls, but it's something that I cannot do anything with because I don't manage that contract. The Board of County Commission does. We've had only a couple complaints regarding the food this past year, some having to do with the requirement to have religious diets, and we've complied with that. We've also need to consider the health issues of the inmate, and we're given direction by our medical staff whether they have diabetes or cardiac issues or whether they're vegetarian, and we try to accommodate all the needs and preferences of the inmates.
Commissioner Johnson, are you good? Do you conclude?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you. I would argue we're actually getting through 2 items. My concern is with the motion on the floor. I think some of us all received the same emails from Ms. Sheila Payne at the Labor Coalition saying that the Sun hasn't exactly stopped posting all mugshots. Their response being that they still respond to crime happening and that they are deciding which mugshots they get to post and will continue to post some at their discretion. So I'm perfectly fine with the other parts of the motion, but I don't want us and the city's name next to somebody who's kind of halfway doing this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. We can split the motion. Turn to the city manager. I think Chief Jones wants to weigh in on the perp walk issue, but I actually have a more of a technical or procedural question for the sheriff. I'm kind of interested in transfer of custody and who's responsible for following up on allegations at what point. So I've been through the booking process, not as somebody who's been arrested, but as part of a ride along. I was doing a ride along, and there was an arrest, and we took them down and went through the process. So a GPD officer places somebody under arrest. They take them to the jail. They go in that secure facility, take them inside, and then they sort of wait for their turn to be processed. And so during that time, the Gainesville Police Department officer, or I'm assuming the High Springs officer or Alachua officer, whoever it is, stays with the person that's been placed under arrest. And then at some point, custody transfers from the individual Gainesville Police Department officer to the jail, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if there is an allegation of abuse or misconduct by a GPD officer during that process, but before custody has been transferred, is the investigation done through the procedures that you laid out for us this evening, or would that individual go through GPD's IA process?
It would be based upon the complained upon employee. And in this case, if the inmate alleged or reported that they were abused or in some way mistreated by the arresting officer, then the Gainesville Police Department or whichever agency employs that officer would do the investigation.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. And so, Mr. Manager, what I'm going to ask for at a later date is a kind of side-by-side analysis of that procedure to see how much they align, if there's complete alignment, or if there are differences, and if so, why, and what's a what's a higher, better standard when there are discrepancies there. And again, that's not for us to work out tonight, but I want to make sure that our officers are being held to at least as high a standard, if not higher, while participating in that booking and transfer of custody process. Okay, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. I think Chief Jones wanted to speak on the perp walk portion of Commissioner Hayes Santos' motion.
Very good. The Chief, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me tonight. When we look at perp walks, we do them very rarely. The last one we did was, I think, involved a homicide on Northeast 8th Avenue. And during that particular incident, the community was doing their own investigation, and there was words put out that if they find the individual responsible for the homicide, that they would take matters into their own hand. So at that particular time, I made the decision after an arrest was made that we would show the community that we have captured the individual that is responsible for the crime. And as you say, commissioners, they have been convicted, but at least that we brought some resolution based upon probable cause.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful, at least to me, Chief. And so I'm going to ask the maker of the motion to amend the motion slightly. I'd like to have a further discussion and work towards developing a set of criteria for when it's appropriate to do a perp walk and not, and just continue that portion of the item to a later date. And then I'm hearing from Commissioner Sacco that you'd like to have the Gainesville Sun portion of the motion split out.
I think just I think for now, until we see them actually fulfill it.
That's fine. That's fine. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to keep the perp walk portion. We can separate that into a fifth portion. If it fails, then I'm okay with doing that, but I would like to end the practice in totality for perp walks. But if it fails, and maybe we can add that as a fifth option, that to break it out. I don't know. What your thoughts are?
I'll split it out. Commissioner Simmons?
Mr. Mayor, y'all through with me? I'm ready.
Any objection to the sheriff going on about her business?
I just got one question, just to
Sure,
clarify that pertains to the sheriff. The motion was to send the sheriff a letter to stop posting mug shots. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
That's correct.
And she stated earlier that it's in the Florida state statute. So can we modify that to maybe say to implement more security guards?
It's not in the state statute to automatically post them. It's in the state statute that she has to provide them when a public records request is made.
We're not posting them. We're not posting them.
I mean, I can look at them right now and see them on the website.
Yeah, you can. You can search for an inmate by name. We are not posting their photos. It's a matter of semantics.
That's the confusion.
Important.
I think what Commissioner Hayes Santos is asking for is for them to not be automatically searchable anymore. Is that correct, Commissioner Hayes Santos?
I don't think they should be having the mugshots automatically posted. They are automatically posted when an inmate is booked into the jail. I don't know how quickly it is, but I can see all the inmates there.
Okay. Commissioner Simmons, are you?
I want to separate that, because posting and actually looking to see who's in there and having the option to look at a photo is different from just posting and you can just see everything. And I think that's the
We'll split it out.
Okay.
We'll split it out. Anything else for the sheriff?
Thank you, Sheriff Darnell.
Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate it. The rest of the evening is yours in whatever capacity that might be. Appreciate you being with us. Okay, let's move to public comment. Commissioner Hayes Santos, can you, do you have the motion typed out? Muted? You're muted.
I can get that up and just give me a couple seconds. But a third portion of the motion about the Gainesville Sun, I'd be happy also adding in there that we ask them to review their their kind of policy on mugshots and on stories. I did talk to the publisher yesterday, and they are doing that.
So thank you, but we'd also like you to review ongoing.
They took down their mugshots website. They're still posting them on there. When a crime happens, they're doing it.
Okay. Okay. Let's, if you'll get that motion up, and then I'll let you know what we're splitting out when I see it on the screen, and we'll turn to Larry Schooler for public comment.
Thanks, Mayor. I believe that Sheila Payton is standing by on the line. This item. If you're there, please go ahead.
Hello? Am I on?
Yes.
Hey, this is Sheila Payne. Thanks, Mayor. Let me pull over. I just left the protest. I've been on hold for 2 hours, but I really appreciate you all taking up all these issues. So as far as the mugshots, it has been clarified that the Gainesville Sun is continuing to post mugshots every day on the print edition, except for today. So it's something we need to work on. And I also was in the Alachua County Jail for over 24 hours, and I'll say in 3 other states where I have spent time because of civil disobedience. It's the worst jail I've ever been in for pretrial detention. I don't know if it's because I'm older or what, but or I was there by myself. It was horrible. I didn't have basic access to soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, and basically the mentality was by everyone but one person working at the jail who treated people humane, and I did write Sheriff Darnell a thank you. I took his name and commended. I wasn't allowed to get aspirin, though I had a migraine for hours. He was the only one after 5 hours who was willing to let me go to the nurse to get it. And basically, I was told that this is not a hotel. You're in jail because you did something. And 18 African-American men were brought to jail after me, and every single one of us were treated like we were guilty. We all knew what was going on because we must have been there many times before. And no one treated anyone with humanity. They were angry that they were being interrupted to take me in because they were watching the U.S. football game. So the other thing is there was no accounting of the cash that was in my wallet. I was given a card, which I lost a lot of money trying to get the money off of that debit card. My credit union would not take it. And the whole issue of people having to pay, and now I hear that we need to take it up with the county commissioners. It took over 4 hours for me to get set up to be able to call my husband, call my lawyer with a credit card, which not everybody has, because the person working at the jail left off one of the digits. I was hysterically crying. She put me back in my cell, told me I was too stupid to even know how to set up an account. She came back hours later, saw that she had not written the digit right. That is how people are treated in the Alachua County Jail.
Mayor, I'm sorry, that's the 3-minute mark.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. I'm glad you pulled over. Thanks for being safe.
This up.
Sure thing, Ms. Payne. Thank you for.
Okay.
Next caller, Larry.
Yeah, Mr. Nathan Scott, I think, has comments on this item. Mr. Scott?
Yes, good evening, Commissioners, Mayor Nathan Scott. First and foremost, I want to thank Sheriff Darnell for taking the time to come speak to the Gainesville City Commission and correct their mistaken impression of how the jail is operated. As her slide presentation clearly shows,
could not have been done without
she has taken swift and decisive action to immediately terminate the employment of any jail employee that violates established rules for the treatment of those who are in jail custody. Also want to commend Chief Jones for his explanation of the perp walks. I mean, we recently had a FWC law enforcement officer brutally slain in a homicide. And if that didn't justify a perp walk when they apprehended the accused with the deceased own handcuffs. I don't know what would justify that otherwise. So I think the city commission, frankly, should keep its little hands out of telling law enforcement officers how to do their job. You guys are into everything. The sheriff does not report to you. And I just think it's funny that you try to spend over an hour and a half now of talking on this issue, but other more important issues that deal with city business, such as financials and audit findings that have not been fixed since 2014, don't get your attention. So with respect to the motion, I want to also add a couple observations. If you want to waste our taxpayer money by sending a letter to the sheriff where you just had her participate in an hour and a half long meeting and you could have asked her there, that just makes me shake my head of the poor governance that we have. It's just virtue signaling by the Gainesville City Commission. You had that opportunity, and once again, you were focusing on issues to advance your social agenda and political agenda. And, you know, frankly, I think that the sheriff did an excellent job in presenting astutely through the city inquisition. And then finally, with respect to mugshots, I'm gonna ask this to Commissioner Harvey Ward and Mayor Poe. If you had an accused child molester living in your neighborhood that was arrested for arresting children, what do you want to know about that? What do you want your neighbors to know about that, Mayor Poe, Commissioner Ward? So you guys really should think about what you're doing, because it provides a valuable public service, whether you guys think it's morally right or not. I think the majority of the people in Gainesville would want to know if they had an accused child molester living in their neighborhood that got arrested. Thank you.
Mayor, we have a caller who just called in, so if you give me just a few seconds, I'm going to make sure that they are calling on, or not calling on this item. Stand by, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have the motion. Do you want me to put it up?
Sure.
And I don't know if that makes sense on the last portion, if that third portion.
Mayor, we do have a caller, an additional caller for this item.
Thanks. Go ahead.
This is Joe Beatty. Mr. Beatty, please go ahead.
No, it's Mrs. Beatty.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Okay. Yes, I am so upset with what I've just witnessed for the past close to an hour, maybe 45 minutes. You all have heard a presentation from the sheriff, and you sit there and you all ask questions, and I just think you haven't given the disclaimer that many of you sitting up there have come out against her for her opponent, and you're endorsing Clovis Watson as he runs against the incumbent sheriff. And I think this was a political hit job, and I'm so upset about this. You all sit there like you're so interested. You don't listen to some of what she says. She answered some of your questions before you ever asked them if you've been listening to her presentation. I am going to read from the Florida Politics, June 8th. Democratic Representative Clovis Watson picked up endorsements from former U.S. Senator Bill Nelson and more than a dozen local officials. I'm skipping a couple of names here. Joining the longtime senator in the bulk endorsement were Gainesville Mayor Lauren Poe, Newberry Mayor Jordan Marlowe. I'm skipping some more names. City Commissioners Gail Johnson, Helen Warren, Harvey Ward. Adrian Hayes Santos also gave Clovis the nod. Quote, I had the privilege of working with Representative Clovis Watson Jr., both through my time as mayor and for much of my time as city commissioner. He has been our community's #1 advocate in Tallahassee, and just as importantly, an incredible advocate for our values, Poe said. I am especially supportive of his efforts to increase equity in our community by reducing arrests and increasing diversion and deflection programs. I will miss him as our representative in Tallahassee, but I am excited to see the positive progressive change he will bring to Alachua County Sheriff's Office. I think you all should have given a disclaimer at the beginning that you were supporting him. And I think this is wrong. Our jail is certified and, as, Sheriff Darnell said, there always are room for improvements, but for you all to sit and question her and act like you're so concerned about the jail and stuff without giving acknowledgement that you're all supporting her and supporting Clovis Watson, I think is shameful. And this is just one more thing that the city commissioners are doing that is just ruining our city. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, again, we've had now actually 3 callers join us since this comment period began. So if you don't mind, I'll just check and see if they want to speak on this item and be right back with you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask a question about the voting procedure?
Let's get their public comment, yeah, and then we'll go through and make sure everybody understands what we're voting.
This meeting is being recorded. The recording has stopped.
Okay, that would be important to me, Mr. Mayor. As a seconder of the motion, there's things being written that I did not consent to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, thanks for your patience. We do have 3 callers who've just joined, and they all wanted to speak about the jail item. Debbie Martinez was the first to dial in, and she should be on the line. Ms. Martinez?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We can, and I have to.
Are you able to?
Yeah, I have to let the callers know. A number of callers have unmuted themselves. It's extremely important that everyone
I'm
keeps
still on the line.
unmuted.
Debbie Martinez, can you hear me okay?
We can. I'm just asking all callers to keep themselves on mute except for Ms. Martinez. So please go ahead, Ms. Martinez.
Okay, well, thank you so much for taking my call. I would like to let the commission know that I totally agree with what Mr. Scott said, and I totally agree with what Ms. Beatty said. But the only difference is I'm glad that you showed how unprofessional that you all are in the way you treated our Sheriff Sadie Darnell, because now we have a public record. Because unless you try to get rid of that like you do your email. So I'm glad that we have a public record so people all over the state, not just this county, can see how podunk Gainesville is and how our commissioners behave when they have our sheriff come speak. She's giving her time to answer questions. And I knew it was going to be a setup because I've watched you all for many, many years. So I hope that the public will take the time to watch the entire thing to see how you all treated our sheriff. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks, Ms. Martinez. Let me turn now to Anthony, who's standing by to speak on this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Anthony Johnson. Thank you, City Commissioners. As it relates to the motion on the floor, is there anything in the motion that, say, prevents a citizen of Gainesville or Alachua County that is booked into the jail from having their mugshot and their, some type of narrative or information about what they're charged with released to the public before that individual goes to first arraignment?
Yes,
that's the issue I have with mugshots. Is it possible that that anyone on the commission knows whether that is it possible that the person that could happen to an individual? Does anyone know that?
Yeah, yes, sir. That
Someone
request
could be
is
booked
part of
into
the
the
motion.
jail and have their information put out before they go to first arraignment. That would be my question.
Yeah, thank you. That is part of the motion, sir.
Mute off.
All right, Larry, our next caller, please.
Okay, our last caller on this item should be Darlene, who is standing by. Darlene, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I haven't been watching your meetings for quite a long time on television, but I happened to catch this one. And I am listening to Ms. Beatty and Ms. Martinez and Mr. Scott, and I couldn't agree with them anymore. I think what you did was personally shameful. I don't know what you really have to do with running our prison. That is her job. And if you all the commissioners there would stop wasting our money and time and effort and your time on things that you cannot do, I think you should stop this stuff and take care of our roads and take care of things that really need to be taken care of, and let people that get paid their job. And the sheriff does a great job. She has people running against her. That happens in every election. And I pray it happens in this election when the city commission comes up also. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, I'm sorry, we do have one other new caller, so if you stand by for 10 seconds or so, I'll just check.
Sure thing.
Suzanne is holding Mayor to speak on this item. Suzanne?
Hi, yes, I actually just wanted to thank all of the commissioners today. I think they asked Sadie a lot of really important questions, and she effectively evaded answering all of them, and also passed the buck on what responsibility she has. She is in charge of the jail, and she keeps saying she is not responsible for everything that goes on in the jail. I really appreciated what was brought up about the cost of being an inmate in the jail. The cost of phone calls is the highest in the state. For a 15-minute call, that is more expensive than an hour of minimum wage. I think Sadie is doing a great job of lying to the public, and I really appreciate this conversation. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who participated and tried to ask questions that didn't really get answered. I think we need a lot more oversight. I think we need oversight that's not coming from within the department, and we need to make this a more humane place to be alive. So thank you so much again for the commissioners asking these questions. I'm sorry that Sadie did not actually answer them.
Mayor, I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but I do have one other new caller that just came in, so please stand. Mayor, with no additional comments on the jail and the sheriff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for our callers. Thank you to Sheriff Darnell. I want to respond quickly to some of the comments that our callers made that we had no business or no right to bring this item before the commission. First of all, Gainesville neighbors pay for the jail. They are entitled to know how it is run, what policies and procedures are in place. Especially in the wake of the most recent allegations of misconduct and abuse by correctional officers at the jail, and in the climate of increased awareness of police brutality, we were asked by many members of our community to look into this matter, and it is our responsibility as elected officials to be responsive to them. I thank the sheriff for coming in and sharing. I think that all of us learned much more about our jail, its policies and procedures than we knew at the beginning of the evening, and so that was worthwhile. This was not politicized until the callers made it so. We treated the sheriff with all the respect that she deserves. The questions were specifically about the jail and sheriff's office operations. She answered those for the most part, and that's exactly what our role and responsibility is as city commissioners, and to not do so would be shirking our duties. I want to turn to the motion, and I'll let me go through it, Commissioner Ariola, and then I'll see what concerns you have about that. And so the motion has been split. The first vote is to authorize a thank you letter to the 8th Circuit and the judges for ending their posting of the mugshot website. Then authorize a thank you letter to Gannett and the Gainesville Sun for taking down their mugshot website, and in addition, asking them to review their policy for posting mugshots in stories. The second vote is to authorize me to send a letter to Sheriff Darnell asking her to take down the searchable website portion that allows us to view mugshots. The third vote is to give direction to the city manager to end the practice of perp walks. And it also says mugshots may only be used in press releases when trying to locate a person or other circumstances that have a clear law enforcement reason. GPD, of course, would still follow public records requests. And then we'll get to the third vote if the previous motion fails. Commissioner Ariola, what were your concerns?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's simply the my understanding of our rules is that a motion is presented to the floor, we vote on the merits of the motion, we make amendments to the motion. I wasn't aware that we can set stacked motions if one motion fails, it immediately triggers the vote for another motion that wasn't even approved by the body. So at the very end there, it says if the third vote of the motion fails, then we will vote on the following. That's not in our rules, and that's
correct, and that's not a motion on the floor right now. You can delete that if you want, Commissioner. But yeah, that's not part of the motion. Anything else in there that you object to?
Mr. Mayor, that was the only objection. I felt it was worth stating.
Okay, very good. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, let me get my, me no like share screen. I've got to get my participants pane back up, which is very difficult. There we go. Okay, no further hands. And so the first vote, first part of the motion that we'll vote on is sending thank you letters to the judges in 8th Circuit, as well as Gannett and Gainesville Sun, in addition, asking them to review their policy posting mugshots as part of their stories. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Second part of the motion, authorizing me to send a letter to Sheriff Darnell asking to take down the portion of her website that allows people to view mugshots of inmates currently in the Alachua County Jail. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons.
Can you see?
Commissioner Simmons.
No, and the reason being, I don't agree with the wording. No.
Okay.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Simmons in dissent. Third part of the motion that we split out, give direction to city manager to end perp walks unless there is a law enforcement reason for needing to locate someone or some other clear law enforcement reason. And of course, still follow public records laws. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, so no need for further action or discussion. Again, thanks to the sheriff for being with us tonight and answering our questions, and thank you for the public for participating in that as well. Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is the COVID-19 verbal update.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to recognize the city manager. I think we also have Dr. Lizardo with us tonight, and Commissioner Ariola, I'm going to turn the chair over to you for just a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
So I need to get Dr. Lizardo back. He had to jump off. So if you just bear with me for a second.
Sure.
Okay.
In the meantime, sorry, Mr. Manager, I just want to say, in the meantime, commissioners, trying to keep with our housekeeping that we stated earlier, please consider the questions you'd like to ask Dr. Lizardo. I want to go around one time and try to be more efficient. I think that last discussion went on much longer than it ought to have. So, Mr. Manager, if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I wasn't going to go into a very lengthy discussion about COVID-19 response. I think you all are aware that we've been open at City Hall since the 8th. We've been open at Thomas Center and Old Library as well. Thomas Center is still strictly by appointment. We are a slow roll into opening our parks, and we're gearing up for June 22nd summer camp. We have seen a little bit of a rise in cases. We had the big increase due to the migrant workers, which was at a farm outside of the city. But we have seen an increase in 18 to 22-year-olds that have been tested at a CVS. I'm not sure the location of the CVS, but we've seen a increase in 18 to 22-year-olds over the last couple of days. And we've had an increase in the positivity rate, which was a low at 1.51% and has now risen to 1.86%. And I'm not sure if Dr. Lizardo has had an opportunity to join, but I believe really wanted to give him the time. And Madam Clerk, he is in the attendee section, if he could be moved to the participants.
He is rejoining now as a panelist. He should be in just a second.
Dr. Lizardo, if you'll announce yourself when you have joined the panel. We see your video, and
oh, there we go.
Thank you for joining us, Dr. Lizardo. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Yeah, I caught the tail end of the conversation there about the cases. So, yes, well, where would you guys like to begin? I caught the tail end of that, so I apologize.
The manager, Mr. Manager, if you'd like to lead off the conversation, and then what we're going to do, if it's all right with you, Dr. Lizardo, is we're going to have members of the commission give comments and ask questions, particularly related to COVID-19. But of course, we have a whole slew of resources here, so it's going to be a the conversation. Mr. Manager.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Luzardo, I think it would be helpful for the commission to hear your impressions of where we are right now in terms of COVID-19 virus and potential community spread, and potentially even discuss the recent increase in the positivity rate that we've been
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the rest of the commission for having me on board today. I appreciate the opportunity. So where are we right now? I think we are definitely having a real increase. We were anticipating that there would be an increase, something of a bump that would happen a couple weeks after Memorial Day. It's unclear kind of what, again, we're learning as we go. We're not 100% sure all the time what the impact will be of our different interventions. But what is clear is that we are in the whole state of Florida in the midst of a significant increase in cases. You guys have seen the reports on that as well. I didn't see what today's numbers were statewide, but the last 5 days have, I think, had 4 of the highest days of number of new cases throughout the entire COVID experience so far. We're seeing the same on campus and in town. I believe that Alachua County reported 20 new cases yesterday. We had 12 cases on campus alone by 10 o'clock this morning. So that includes some lab results from the night before and some other cases that came by positive. When I was trying to log in, I did hear some comments about the CBS. That's playing some of a role. I think what they're doing is that they've got these, and I just became aware of this pretty recently, that CBS has sort of stood up these sort of self-swab stations that people can use. And I think a lot of younger folks are using it. However, what's interesting, and I've got to go back and look and confirm the data, but statewide, and we're certainly seeing it here in town as well, is that a lot of this seems to be driven by the 20-somethings, which is a different phenomena. Part of it is that they're gaining access to testing more, but this is real, I believe, in terms of just overall numbers. There are multi-factors kind of pouring into this. I heard reference to the migrant workers. That was one element. About 12 days ago when we swabbed them, and it's been about a little bit less, about a week since we got those results back. But this other stuff that's going on is clearly related, I think, to the 20-somethings that are kind of driving this. Right now, hospitalizations in Gainesville is really low. We're probably at some of the lowest that we've been for the last 3 months. But remember that with COVID, you get your new cases first, and then somewhere about a week, 10, 12 days later, you get an increase in hospitalizations. And then depending on who is getting hospitalized and depending on the demographics, the deaths that if they do occur, which they likely will to some extent, will occur about 10 days after that peak in hospitalizations. And they kind of ride in these sort of three waves that kind of go through. What's interesting about this is that from what I understood when I spoke with Paul Myers this morning about what was going on and kind of our own experience that we're seeing on campus, is that this does seem to be driven by the 20-somethings, and evidence of that statewide is that I believe that the average new case, the average age of the new case was 56 about 2 weeks ago. Over the past week, it's dropped down to 47. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you think about it, amongst 85,000 cases, you've got to have a lot of young people kind of filling in that bottom rung to drive that average age downward. So I think if I had to guess, and it's a guess, it's speculation, and should certainly be careful in doing this and drawing too many conclusions. I think what we're seeing is that perhaps the 20-somethings are kind of a little tired of the lockdown. And so maybe they are doing their day-to-day activities with masks and doing everything they're supposed to. But then on the weekends, they party and do so without masks and have gatherings, because the investigations that we're doing on campus indicate that there are a number of things that there were a number of parties, a number of things where social distancing was, let's just say, the last thing on their minds at the time. And so I think that might be what's driving some of this. We'll have to see what happens hospitalization-wise. We'll have to see what happens with some other numbers. And obviously, we've begun the process of launching a significant campaign on campus to target behaviors that we think can address that. Even though a lot of the students are not in class now and they're still out and about. I think many of them are coming back. And I think, again, we're seeing a statewide phenomena where you're getting more sort of the 20s and 30 somethings kind of maybe exercising their invincibility, and maybe they got their or perceived invincibility and sort of exercising the fact that they've gotten the message that they're not as susceptible as other age groups. So we'll have to see. I mean, I think we built up a pretty significant test and trace capacity in the county. We've got big testing capability at UF now, and obviously sharing that with the county as much as we can and working closely with the health department. So we'll have to kind of see where the trends go over the next several days. But I think this time next week will be very telling in terms of what's going on in the hospital. And that'll give us a good barometer of kind of where we're headed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lizardo. Does anybody have any specific questions for Dr. Lizardo? Okay, yeah, Commissioner Ariola.
Dr. Lizardo, I have a very simple question for you, and that is, would you recommend a return to strict quarantine measures and sheltering in place? These numbers are much higher than they were in March, and we went to that back then, and I would be inclined to do that again, but I want to make sure that that is something that we believe would actually stem the progress of the virus.
Yeah, I think at this point I would, and this answer might surprise you, I would say no, because I think, and this is my justification for it, and again, I understand the reasoning behind it, so that's, I say that in all respect and thinking about that, because we've asked this question multiple times over the last several days watching the numbers go up. I think that if I had a magic wand and I can wave it and I can pick who gets sick and stop them from going into the hospital, I would be relatively unconcerned about incidence of disease, because the best estimates that we had back in March and before and from other mathematical modeling, the estimates were that somewhere around 100 million Americans were going to end up getting this by the time we saw the back end of this and got out of this. So I say that very carefully, because we know that those numbers are not going to stay in those age groups. And we know that sort of the safety isn't completely there, but the majority of these in these age groups are going to have no symptoms or mild to moderate disease. If I could guarantee that it stayed within those age groups and that nothing happened beyond that to really put others at risk, I would be golden. We'd all be golden, and we'd kind of move forward. I think what my concern is that it isn't going to stay in that age group and it spills over, but we don't know that as of yet. We actually had a discussion with leadership at UF today to kind of discuss what those triggers would be, knowing that obviously we will follow county and state regulations and kind of, follow that course and do so in partnership. But I think that one of the things that we looked at is perhaps the most important is obviously keep track of the numbers, and the numbers get your attention, but we need to look at the consequence. That is what's happening in the hospital, because theoretically you can have 1 million 20-something-year-olds get sick and very few, if any, go in the hospital. The problem is you can't do that and protect your 70-year-old obese person with diabetes and hypertension that's at high risk. So where does that line get drawn to sort of go back to closing things down? So I think there's two things. One, we have to see what an enhanced test and trace capability does, and that will have a tendency to keep things in the age groups where it breaks out. Secondly, test and trace is a lockdown. It's a lockdown that's sort of like a targeted lockdown on the individuals that are at highest risk. So we have to give time for that to kind of play out. I will say, and just kind of taking a little step beyond here, is saying that a lockdown could also be phased as well. So we're looking at not necessarily absolutes, but think of like gas pedal and a brake. So I think that over time we've kind of been posed, and I say this with all due respect, is that kind of a false choice between opening up and safety. We can have both, but there are trade-offs, and we need to be careful with that, because total lockdown isn't total safety, and total opening is, the economy is not good economic sense either. There's got to be the balance that we have to kind of judge and go over time. So what I would prefer to see is that we take aggressive measures if this trend continues in the 20 to 30-something-year-old group. and then target those areas where there may be sort of more of that sort of issues that come up. So I don't know what the impact is of restaurants and bars. I don't know what the impact is of sort of that sort of social component. And if there was a way to kind of not have everybody and everything go in lockdown, but look at the areas that might be more affected, that might be something to consider. I think we need to wait and see. We've got 5, and today would be day 6 of elevated rates. And then let's just watch this. And then again, with a really keen eye on the hospital, and revisit this each week as we kind of go along.
Looks like we lost him.
I still see him here in the meeting. He may have just hit a button that stopped his video. So I am sending him a request now to restart.
I have a follow-up question on when and if the doctor returns.
Oh. Ms. Gainey, if we can even just get him on by phone, we really need to move this meeting along so we don't have to see his face.
Mr. Mayor, I have comments that are not related, or I don't have questions for him. I don't want to keep going around.
Let's stick with Commissioner Ariola while he has the floor, and then if Dr. Lizardo doesn't come back, I'll let Commissioner Ariola conclude, and we'll move around.
In the meantime, I will fill the silence. I appreciate the doctor's answer for that question. I anticipated as much. And so I think that, as we've said many times, I think it's going to be very important for experts at the University of Florida to really assist us in figuring out how we can appropriately message and make sure that people understand the risk of each activity outside of sheltering in place. I think that people should be very aware, and when I hear stories like groups of friends and all of that, it really worries me because it makes me think that people have not been properly educated. And in some cases that may not be it, but I think that we need to really rely heavily because the words that he used were, we would need to take aggressive measures against the younger population. And I think he's very much right. I know a lot of young people who are taking this very seriously, and then others who have sort of let the time relax a little bit since quarantine. So I think we need to really work with UF and Santa Fe to make sure that we do that, because that is going to be a population that is going to be extremely important.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
I'm back, sorry.
Okay, very good. Were there any concluding remarks you wanted to make?
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that I think, and again, so sorry about that. I got this tab crash kind of notice, and that was like a nightmare scenario there. So I apologize and got it fixed. That said, I think that let's just kind of see where things play out. I'm not against the idea of, kind of doing a graduated kind of shutdown, but I think let's just let the data drive it a little bit more. What I'm not willing to say is that a lockdown is absolutely off the table. I mean, I think it's just unrealistic to say that. We just have to look at the data, let it drive us, and really keep in mind the most vulnerable in mind as we go along. And I think that's the key steps. And we'll just be data driven the whole time, and we'll communicate and share our numbers. We're working on getting our numbers and putting them on a website to make it available. And we'll just have our own UF dashboard as we move forward. So we'll keep getting that going.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lizardo. And if you stick around, there might be some other questions directed your way. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Lizardo, can you tell us briefly the impact that COVID has had and continues to have in the African American community, with the new data that's out there, can you tell the community and tell us how that is impacting the African American community?
Well, I think there is the data that has become more clear that it is impacting the African American community disproportionately. It's more than likely related to the risk factors are more common in the African American community, and again, kind of points to some other sort of disparities that cause challenges beyond everything. I think one of the things that COVID is doing is it exposes a lot of our weaknesses and vulnerabilities as a society. So things that we've let go for a long time, we have to address them. So I think that diabetes and hypertension increased risk in many African American communities really that's probably the driver behind a lot of the issues there. I think that doing studies to look at that over time, over at least the next year, needs to be done, and increased testing capability is going to help us understand the disease as it spreads in African American communities and other communities as well. So it's that increased testing is going to be a really key element so we can understand better.
So do you see a lot of, well, we've done a lot of increased testing in our African American communities. And so from that, can you tell, or do you have any indication, such as data to show that, or even highlight the uptick in COVID positive tests in African American communities?
Right now, to my knowledge, and it's limited, so I haven't looked at it, the data by anything other than age right now, because that's what's really struck us. Right now, it does not appear to be the higher risk groups. Remember, one of the things is that with COVID, there's two things that we look at with risk. There's risk of getting infected, which seems to be really pretty evenly distributed in age groups and different populations, but then the bad outcomes, so going to the hospital and even dying and being in the ICU, that does seem to be skewed to older age groups, and those with hypertension and diabetes in older age groups especially. And then that's where I think African American populations have been hit particularly hard, and that's been an issue. So I think right now the uptick, I'll look at that and kind of get back to you all about that. But right now it seems to be mostly an age-driven thing, and perhaps behavior driven so far, at least as best we can tell in the first few days.
And is it fair to say that based on the age driven data, is it fair to say that African Americans in that age group are not being tested frequently or more frequently than their counterparts?
I don't know the answer to that question. I really can't answer that just yet. I wouldn't be surprised if that's true, but I don't really know the answer.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Lizardo, for being here. We're seeing rising numbers in our community and also across the state. And I'm worried. I think we should be looking at steps that we need to take now because of what will happen in the future. But I do believe that we should be looking at more surgical responses instead of kind of broad shutdowns at this time. I think if we're able to be surgical and think differently on how we do things, we might be able to stem some of the areas, especially with our younger people in our community. I think we should be looking at harm reduction strategies. One of those harm reduction strategies would be put a moratorium on enforcing our open container ordinance. People are going to go drink, and they want to go out, and they are increasingly doing that, and they're going to bars, and we're seeing a rising number of cases in age groups that people go to bars. We should be looking at how can we get those people away from bars, away from restaurants, away from house parties, and into public spaces and public parks they can have more social distancing instead of being inside bars. So I think we should look at putting a moratorium on enforcing the open container ordinance. I think we should also look at, we need to be proactive in how we're enforcing our face mask ordinance instead of just being reactive based on complaints. Face masks work, and clearly the data has been kind of trending more in that direction as well. I think we should be, we still don't have a single kind of civil citation or any kind of enforcement of the mask ordinance or mask emergency order at this time. Yet you go out and there's lots of people not wearing masks. We need to, I think if we have a few cases and we give out a few civil citations, people will start wearing them more. The county also, I think, has tens of thousands, if not more, masks that I believe we could probably take and hand out to people as well, that our codes enforcement officers could hand those out to people who don't have them and try to just enforce that. I also think we should look at asking the county to mandate that all public establishments either have a hand washing station or hand sanitizer that is prominently displayed or available at all of their public entrances. That way, I mean, one of the big things is wearing a mask and washing your hands or using hand sanitizer. So we can kind of, when people enter these places where viruses can be spread, help lessen it by having hand sanitizer available at all entrances. Hand sanitizer had issues with supply chains before and supply constraints. It seems like those issues have been worked out considerably. I also think we should ask the county to reduce the number of people allowed in bars and to only have seated service in restaurants and bars as well. For the last two, if the county doesn't take action on it, I believe the city should. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Luzardo, can you give us the best, your best estimation of where we should be getting our data from? I know that I've personally been looking at Ms. Jones' kind of data set, and I have not been comparing that to the Florida Department of Health data set. Have you noticed personally any differences in between those two data sets? And what is your, where should we be looking for to get the best data right now?
Yeah, I think that, controversies notwithstanding, and knowing that there was history and some things there that were somewhat challenging, I think that the Department of Health data is reliable in terms of the number of cases. And I think that's probably the best source. My reason for that is that I believe Ms. Jones's site, I haven't gone to look, does have higher numbers, but from what I understood, and I'm not an expert on kind of the data sources to each different sort of pot of information, but my understanding is that she was including antibody data as well. And although that is true, that will represent older infection and that the number of new cases is an underestimate, we all accept the fact that it's an underestimate based on limited testing. So I don't think there's a single person that really believes that the total number of cases in Alachua County was, it's only 500 or we're approaching 600 here soon. So that number is probably much higher. We just haven't tested enough to see. But what I think that the testing information and the other data that does come from DOH that is very reliable and is part of the existing public health infrastructure, it kind of tells us trends. And that's probably the single most important thing that we can use that data for, is to know what trends and kind of see where the waves are coming and how we're doing. I think the death data is going to be delayed, so you can't really look at that because it's going to be delayed probably by a couple of weeks, and it always tails off on the end, which always makes you look like you're doing better than you really are. So I trust the DOH data, to be honest, with all of its issues and challenges that are there. I think it's probably the best source. The antibody data, again, if that's what's being included in Ms. Jones's calculations and the numbers, I think a lot of us just don't feel that the antibodies are quite where they need to be yet to be able to be a reliable guide. And the exact number is not really that critical to know. We know that this is going to continue to spread, that there are going to be millions of people in the U.S. that get this. We know that the official tally globally is going to be far below what we anticipate it to be and what we know that it will be. But really that trend in time, that incidence rather than prevalence, or the incidence over time as it's going in lifetime, is really the most valuable.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks.
Okay, a couple quick questions, or one question, one comment. Oh my gosh, and I'm totally spacing on the question I had for you. It's so simple too.
I like simple questions, so that's unfortunate.
I know, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll come back to it. Oh, I know what. If you could comment real quickly, I've been getting some questions from folks concerned about contact tracing capacity. I know that's under the purview of the Department of Health, but I also know UF has facilitated sharing some grad students and other medical professionals,
right,
help them conduct it. So what's our contact tracing capacity, as far as you can see?
Great question. I mean, I think that we'll see how good it is here in a few weeks as the cases probably trend upwards. It's a long story, but I'll kind of just give you the Cliff Note version. Basically, the UF, our team that is doing the contact tracing is hired by the Department of Health. I report back to Paul and kind of with our team, and the team is under their direction. So we share sources. So we have access to the database where the cases get reported. We go ahead and follow up the cases, report everything back to the epidemiologist, to Nadia at the health department. And then I report to Paul and say, hey, Paul, this is what we're doing. We communicate back and forth. So right now, we have cleared. It's just a matter of hiring and kind of dialing up and dialing down for our capacity depending on where we are. But right now we've got 8 contact tracers at UF. Both Paul and us put in for 45 total. Each one can handle about 3 to 4 cases per day at a full-time level. So between Paul's, those will be housed at the health department, not doing UF, and those that are going to be at UF doing the UF cases, we'll be able to handle, here comes that tricky math, but just probably about 130, 140 cases a day as they come about. So that right now is probably 5 times, 6 times what we're experiencing now on our big peaks. It's going to take us time to get up, but I think that contact tracing ability will be there. So we think it'll be good. We think it'll work. And also at the sound of seeming like I'm suffering from an embarrassing lack of ambition, the data shows that even if you contact trace 20% of contacts successfully, and isolate them and quarantine them appropriately, you can have a big impact on the number of cases that occur. And that's from modeling that occurred in Boston. So we're hoping that that's going to work, and we believe that it will work. As they say, hope is not a strategy, but we've got decades of contact tracing to really understand how this works. And I think we've just kind of continue along those lines and expand the contact tracing ability as much as we can.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. The other thing I'll say quickly is I agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos. We need to be more aggressive with our enforcement. I had this discussion with the county chair. He agrees. He believes that we need to spend a day or 2 days or a weekend, and we need to do it at the same time. We can't have the city enforcing and the county not. And go out and do some real enforcement, and let the media know, let the public know, be very transparent about what we're doing and why we're doing it. The number of people complying with the order have steadily decreased over the last days and weeks, and it's our best, easiest thing that we can do. It's so much more effective and so much better for everybody than shutting things down or going to reduce capacity or any of that. I'm willing to do those things, but I first want to make sure that we're getting as close to universal compliance with the mask order as possible. And then create that culture that will take us through the fall. I mean, that's what we've got to be doing now, is get that culture that takes us through the fall. So the chair is on board. I think it's up now to our city manager and the county manager to figure out a targeted enforcement strategy. But I think as long as they're hearing from us that that's what we expect, we'll add those to the emails that we're already getting, and we'll deal with those. That's important right now. And you're seeing that it's becoming much more commonplace around the state. Tampa now has a mask order. I think Olive Orange County now has a mask order. And so we're not the outliers anymore. It's now, I think local governments are realizing, in the absence of state action, that this is their best solution to both keep people healthy and allow some people a modicum of normalcy as we go through this and hopefully anticipate a vaccine, right, Dr. Lizardo, that will be coming in anywhere between 8 and 24 months.
Exactly. And we're, I think I'm more optimistic about a vaccine now than I've ever been over the last several months. So that's the good news. If I could make a comment about the mask policy. So I agree that masks are probably the simplest, best thing that we could do. The evidence has become even more clear now that the effectiveness is there. It's not perfect, even when you use them properly. But I would focus enforcement, if I may. The benefit of wearing a mask outside while you're socially distanced is of very little value. So if the citations could be focused on entering public spaces indoors.
Yeah, and our order is not for outdoors. It's the order is for indoors when social distancing is not possible.
Perfect. And I think that's
basically in those confined spaces.
Yeah, that makes sense. And at UF, we're doing something similar. We're trying to go the culture route first. We'll see what that looks like when the students land. And get on campus. We are trying to limit the number of students significantly as well and continuing those processes, but these are ongoing discussions that we're having as well. And obviously we will follow the city and county's lead on things as well. So we'll continue to work in partnership.
Great, thank you, Doctor. Back to Commissioner Hayes Santos for his second opportunity to speak on this item.
I would like to put a motion on the floor, not to speak on it.
Okay.
I'd like to.
I'm going to be tonight. Y'all see, I'm going to be a mean, what tonight.
I've been succinct in my comments. I would like to move a four-part motion. First part of the motion is we put a moratorium on enforcing our open container ordinance so that people will go outside instead of going to bars where the likelihood of contracting COVID is higher. The second portion of the motion is that we would start proactively enforcing the face mask emergency order and work with the county on that enforcement, and also work out on handing masks that the county has. The third portion of the ordinance would be that we ask the county to add to their emergency order that public establishments must include either a hand washing station or hand sanitizer at their public entrances, so that people can either wash or use hand sanitizer in entrances. And the fourth portion is that we ask the county to add to their order to reduce the number of people allowed in bars, and that only have seated service in restaurants and bars.
Okay, thank you. So second to the motion.
I'll second. I'd like to add one thing, and it's something we haven't touched on that I'm very concerned about, which is that our state delegation is openly promoting disobeying the mask order, and I normally don't like to get in between policy discussions, but this is literally life and death. And so I would like us to send a letter to our state delegation asking them to cease and desist their promotion of openly violating the law.
No, I would strongly support adding that as a fifth portion.
Okay, we'll do. Ms. Feldman, I figured you'd want to get in here based on a couple of the modifications to enforcement. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was on mute. Just one technical piece to Commissioner Hayes Santos's motion. We don't need masks from the county. We have sufficient supply.
Okay, so we'll both look at passing out masks when possible in public. This is the carrot portion that Commissioner Hutchinson talks about, incentivizing people through outreach. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And also in that motion, you mentioned having hand sanitizer or hand washing stations in the front of the store. Maybe we can have it either in the front of the store or throughout the location, throughout the facility. But we don't know which store setup is, and we don't want to, put them in a situation where it may impede on coming in and out. Maybe strategically located within the store, in addition to maybe in the front or coming in. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure, Commissioner Santos to that.
Yeah, I do think it's important having it when they enter or in that area of entering the store, because that's where if you can get someone clean when they walk in, then they won't spread it. So I think either doesn't have to be right at the very entrance, but in that neighborhood.
Upon entrance or prominently displayed upon entrance. How about that?
And this is just an ask to the county too. They would be right in the order. But I agree, Commissioner Simmons, of trying to make that.
Okay, we'll communicate that with them. We get the intent. Okay, there are members of the public that wish to speak to this item, so we'll turn it over to Larry. While we're waiting for Larry, Ms. Shalley.
I'm sorry, sir. Callers that we did have on this item have dropped. We don't have.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shalley?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarity. I take it on the part of the motion that deals with a moratorium on enforcement of the open container ordinance, that what you're asking for is for staff to return back with a document of some sort, and whether that takes the form of an ordinance or whatever is necessary, and provides more clarity around exactly what this applies to. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know how we do it, so we'd leave it up to you to figure out the mechanism for that. I think the intent is.
Well,
yeah, the intent is there to the.
Not just the mechanism, but if you stop enforcement right now, that would mean that everyone could walk around on every public street drinking alcoholic beverages. And I'm not certain that that's the intent. So I think it would take code enforcement and other city staff returning along with certainly my office will draft whatever's necessary, but there's multiple parts to the open container ordinance, including on city-owned property, on public right-of-way, on property owned by private parties.
Okay, I'm interested in learning more about what our options are and how to do that. I think it's most important we get it in place by August. I mean, I know the sooner the better, but it's going to be really important when we have 60,000 people under the age of 30 here. Okay, one more chance, Larry, just go back to you to just see if anybody came back on.
Yes, sir. We do have Debbie Martinez who's standing by to speak on this item. Ms. Martinez?
Yes, I don't quite understand what you're wanting to do with outdoor alcohol events with all these young college, underage college students. But what I would like to say is I really appreciate the lead that you've taken regarding the coronavirus and wearing facial coverings. So that's very important, because we're leaders in the state with this, just like we are with law enforcement. We should thank our lucky stars that we have the quality of law enforcement that we have here in Alachua County compared to other counties throughout the state. And I thank you for working hard to make sure that we all stay safe and get prepared, as over 50,000 college students, many from South Florida, will be coming back to our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the comments.
Okay, very good. So Commissioner Hayes Santos, can you do the quickest of rundowns of the motion before we go to a roll call vote?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. So I can slightly change the first portion, that we give direction of staff to put a moratorium on enforcing the open container ordinance and come back at our next meeting with kind of more in depth of what those plans would be. The second portion is to proactively enforce the emergency face mask emergency order, give out masks that we have, and to work with the county more on enforcement. The third portion is to ask the county to add to their emergency order that public establishments must either have a hand washing station or a hand sanitizer prominently available near the entrance of their entrances. The fourth portion would be that we would ask the county to reduce the allowed number of people in bars, and that they also only have seated service in restaurants and bars. And then the fifth portion of the motion was to send a letter to our legislative delegation asking them to, Commissioner Ariola, do you mind exactly what you had in mind in that?
Yes, my intention is to communicate to our state delegation, asking for their cooperation in helping us promote the mask wearing policies. It can be worded in any number of fashion, but they know exactly what they're doing, and it needs to be on record that we are in opposition to some of the messages they've been putting out.
So I got your intent. I'll write something respectful, but also I think to the point of what you're trying to get at.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
All right. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
You're on mute there, buddy. Adrian.
Sorry, aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Hi, Commissioner Johnson, we can see you.
Yes, I figured it out. Took me a couple hours. But...
Welcome to the world of the visual. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we're now moving to first ordinances on first reading. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
First reading of ordinance 190982, change 86.64 acres of property located near Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use categories of approximately 86.64 acres of property generally located south of Southwest Williston Road, west of Southwest 29th Avenue, north of Southwest 56th Avenue, and east of Southwest 34th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from Alachua County Commercial, Alachua County Office / Residential, Alachua County Residential, the City of Gainesville Commercial, City of Gainesville Office, and City of Gainesville Single Family, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Who am I going to? Is this Mr. Purse? Oh, Mr. Castillo. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. How are we doing?
We're just moving right along, my friend.
Well, I got good news. I'm thinking, at least the way I designed this presentation is short and sweet. So both of them. So we're in good hands. But for the record, my name is Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development, and I am presenting item number 190982. The item before you this evening is the first of two related petitions. This one is for land use change as a result of the subject property being annexed into the City of Gainesville on February 6, 2020. And per for the statutes, annexed properties must be given corresponding land uses and zoning. Can you guys see my slide?
Got it, yep, 5 by 5.
Okay. So the property is, as previously mentioned, it's 81.4 acres. And it's located at the intersection of Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street. Currently, it houses a combination of vacant and commercial uses with existing Alachua County commercial, office, residential, and residential land uses. The proposal is to change the existing land uses to City of Gainesville office, commercial, and single-family land uses. Staff has reviewed the request before you and has found that it meets the review criteria stated in our land development code. This includes the consistency with the comprehensive plan, compatibility with surrounding land uses, and environmental impacts and constraints, which include a review of the Idlewild Serenola study area. Excuse me. The full list and account of how each review criteria is met is found in the report. This item came before the City Plan Board on February 27, 2020, and was approved with revisions. The revision was to approve the land use on the condition that language was introduced into our comprehensive plan to mitigate development bordering the scenic road on the southern end of the property. That's Southwest 56th Avenue, also known as Crown Road. Staff has worked on language that we'll be bringing before you in July. Therefore, staff is requesting that the land use be approved as it is currently being presented. As note, staff has received 2 emails in opposition to this request. The primary concerns in these emails have to do with existing stormwater runoff conditions that affect the scenic road, and also the preservation of the scenic road. And thank you. I am here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Castillo. If you can unshare your screen, that would help me tremendously.
Sure.
Very good. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like for us to amend the land use portion and the second portion on zoning, and I'll tell you why. We've talked a lot about complete neighborhoods where people can easily walk from their home to retail. And we also made it a priority 2 weeks ago to end exclusionary zoning and to address that. But the proposal in front of us does the opposite of that. We would have business zoning that does not allow mixed use, And we would also have a residential zoning district that is the most blaring example of exclusionary zoning that we have in our code. I don't think we should be continuing bad zoning just because that was what's in the county and that's what we're bringing over. I believe that we should work towards making better zoning and creating a zoning that will address exclusionary zoning issues and also will make it mixed use so people can walk to retail. After talking with staff, I think the transect urban mixed use land use would work, and that also the U6 zoning for the next item would be the zoning that we could use.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I do want to give the applicant an opportunity to speak or present if you would like to, if you have a presentation you would like to make. Who is going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant tonight? Okay, Mr. Henderson, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. Santos' statement there is, I do not know, and maybe Juan or the staff can fill us in, what he's proposing will completely do away with what we're working on here or not. I mean, we need a relatively large area for general office in order to place in here the two Veterans Administration clinics which are proposed. And the people from that organization can talk to this and how important the site is, because it's close to the existing hospital, it's close to I-75. It's one of the few locations where we could have both these clinics together, which is the efficient thing to do. Now, we're proposing a mix of a small amount of commercial on the front, general office to allow the Veterans Administration to build their clinics, a mental health clinic, one focusing on the homeless problem we have here in Gainesville, a primary patient care clinic. So, and I'm not going to speak to that because there are other people that can speak to this better than I can. But if I don't know if this mixed use zoning that he's talking about will completely do away with the whole idea of this or not. I mean, so I can't address that exactly. If staff says we can do what we want to do.
Yeah, let's get that question.
I know that he's talked about having a little higher density residential. That's fine with us, except that we felt like we needed to be consistent with what's been there in the county, which is low density residential against the scenic road in the other area out there. We'd be happy to have more high density residential, but right now, I don't know if that's possible with this mixed use zoning he's talking about.
Okay, so Mr. Hinder, let's get that question answered for the rest of the commission and the public. The difference between the land use being proposed, the land use being considered from the staff recommendation versus urban mixed use. And I see Mr. Persons, you've joined us. I don't know if you would prefer to answer this yourself or have Mr. Castillo answer it. What's allowed and what the difference would be for this particular project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll field this one. From the staff perspective, well, first off, I just want to say that what's in your backup, that's the staff recommendation. From the difference between what the staff recommendation is versus a urban mixed use or urban 6 type of zoning, obviously from Mr. Henderson's standpoint with the VA, both the staff recommendation and the potential proposal for urban mixed use and U6 would allow the types of uses that Mr. Henderson has indicated, including the VA clinics. From a density perspective, the urban 6 zoning would be significantly more dense, potentially. The types of uses would be similar in that it is primarily mixed use, so residential, commercial, office. But the portion of the property that is currently residential estate, which is a sort of large lot, very sort of semi-rural type of residential zoning in the city, and where the city's proposal is for a residential single family. That's basically our closest equivalent, but is still more dense than what's on the county today. An urban 6 zoning in that area would be significantly more dense. And so that's we've been talking a lot with with some of the adjacent property owners in the area and trying to balance, what the county had on the property in terms of land use and zoning with the proposal for the VA clinic. And that's where, from staff's perspective, where we ended up with the proposal before you.
Okay, but thank you. And to summarize, because I think there's a larger sort of policy decision that's sort of more philosophical, but to get down to the specific potential project for the applicant, they would still be able to do the project they're proposing if we went to MU6 versus what the staff has been recommending.
Yes, yeah, from a use perspective,
it wouldn't kill the project.
The VA clinic would be a permitted use under both options.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Henderson.
I'd like to ask a question about that. So it would permit us to do it, but would it affect our timing? Would we have to have a certain amount of residential? I'm just not up to date on all the new mixed use ordinances, to be frank.
No, it wouldn't. It's not a requirement that you build anything. It's just tells you what you're allowed to build.
Correct.
Okay. Well, if staff says we can do what we have proposed, then I'm fine with entertaining that.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions from the commission? Okay. Commissioner Simmons, go ahead.
You have to forgive me, Mr. Henderson and Mr. Weaver. I just not have had the time. I've had time, but not a whole lot of time to look at the backup. So the questions I asked may be in the backup. So if you could just bear with me, I would appreciate it. The land that you're proposing developing, there was environmental studies done, I'm sure.
Yes.
Okay, and what came out of that? Is there?
If I may, I can address that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, please, Mr. Henderson.
We spent a lot of time on this, and we had our ecologist has been through the entire property. He's located the more significant areas and so on and so on. What we've done to address, because this was brought up, of course, at the plan board and also the neighborhood meeting. We're sensitive to two things. One, that most of the environmentally sensitive area is to the east, not on the 34th Street side. And so the VA developer, Mr. Weaver and others, have accommodated that by most of the project has been oriented to 34th Street, moved away from let's say the scenic road area in the east where the more sensitive environmental areas are. So that's number one. Number two, we have already volunteered, working with staff, we have got a plan where we're going to have about 15 acres of green space, most of it oriented and adjacent to the existing buffer, 100-foot buffer on the scenic area, most of it in that what would have been low density residential area to the east. So we've addressed that. We're even there's a wetland, or it's debatable whether it's not a man-made wetland, and we've worked around that. This has been a real effort for the VA developer to work around that wetland. We're trying to save that also. So I think we've been very sensitive to the environmental. And I do want to say one other thing, because I heard that mentioned there were concerns about drainage. And this was brought up in the neighborhood meeting and the plan board. The fact of the matter is, I mean, it's a difficult area drainage-wise. It's clay, and there is an area back there that slopes towards the scenic road. But all of this project, all of this VA project, and what the commercial up in front, it all drains to 34th Street and Williston Road. It does not drain towards the scenic road. I want to make that point very clear. I am a civil engineer and I understand these things.
Mhm.
So anyway, those I guess are my comments.
Are they, have you?
Commissioner, I apologize, but I wanted to more specifically answer your question. This is Derek Weaver. I'm in fact the VA facility director. Because of the federal government's involvement in this project, we've actually gone through more examination, more testing, more study than you would for any other private sector development. That's both environmentally and with regard to historic preservation and cultural resources. We've done extensive studies to satisfy the federal government's requirements. And all of those tests came back negative for any impacts on that particular property in this area. So I can say that we've got a very clean bill of health as it has to do with impact in the community related to this project.
Yeah, that was one of my questions about the historic portion of it. If there was any artifacts or anything that you all discovered, or so that's not a problem.
No, due to the location within the Idlewild area, we actually did some mildly invasive study, had licensed archaeologists on the site, and there was nothing that came from their study that would create an impact historically, archaeologically.
Okay. And what about the traffic impact? What did your studies indicate?
I'm gonna let Dink speak to that. Mr. Henderson, he's been a little bit more directly involved with traffic engineers. I know we've done extensive engineering work. Mr. Henderson or Dink, if you would, you can speak to.
Yes, I assume Chase is not on the line here.
No, in fact, Chase is.
He is on the line. He knows more about the traffic than I do, but there is an extensive study, I do know this, going on to satisfy the DOT and the city. A very extensive study going on. And I think, Derek, if this would be true, that the traffic impact, because patients come all day long, they don't all come at 8:30 in the morning, they don't all leave at 5:30. It's I think the traffic, is not as bad as you might think for this size development. But beyond that, I will say there's a very intensive traffic study going on at this point.
And just one last question. So you spoke with the neighbors in the surrounding community, the neighbors, and you have residential and commercial neighbors. How will you look at the interconnectivity or the connectivity between, because like Commissioner Hayes Santos was saying, we're wanting walkability, we wanted to be able to have those connections. Have you looked at this project where it can be the connectivity is there?
Well, it is connected. We're on two 6-lane roads, 34th Street and Williston Road. I think the neighbors don't really want us to connect too much to the scenic road, so we don't have any main entrances, of course, in that direction. So I think we're as connected as we can be. I'm not sure how to answer that other than that.
Right. I think it's accurate to say, too, as it relates to the scenic road to the east, Mr. Henderson's actually created or designed in additional buffer area that would preserve that scenic road and have less of an impact on it than might otherwise be allowed through the current ordinance. That's to the as you go west, we've got I think some enhanced sidewalk connectivity to some of those areas to our west and southwest that are commercial.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Saka.
Hi, so I have a question only because I received multiple emails and I still don't have the answer myself, so I think it's only fair to the public. Would I'm going to butcher this name and definitely show that I'm not a native, Idlewild Serenola study still apply, the Alachua County Muni Code regulations around wetland conservation still apply to this area as we bring it in and rezone it for the city?
You can ask staff that question.
That was the direction of the commission. Andrew, can you be specific to that, please?
Yeah, and that very much is applicable. The area, part of the property is located within the Idlewild Serenola strategic ecosystem, and the application of the city's environmental regulations, including the conservation set aside that Mr. Henderson is referring to there along the scenic road. That's actually a function of the city's environmental regulations. And I did want to add, we do have the city's environmental coordinator on the call too, if there's any specific environmental follow-up questions that you'd like to ask.
My question might be more planning than environmental. So is there a minimum percentage or a minimum amount of land that has to be left intact or set aside for preservation?
There's a and I may have to defer to my environmental coordinator because I'm only dangerously knowledgeable about some of our environmental regulations. But there's a maximum set aside, and then I think depending on the type of ecosystems, there is some minimum. But I would probably want to have her answer that question.
Let's do that, Mr. Persons.
Thank you.
Who are we looking for here?
Liliana Kalori.
Oh, there you are. I see you now. Welcome, Ms. Kalori. Ms. Kalori? I see you're unmuted, so, oh, no, go ahead. Ms. Kaluri, I see you're not muted, so anytime you want to speak, I think we should be able to hear you.
Looks like she's having some technical issues on her side.
Okay, we'll come back to the issue when she's ready, and when we've gotten those resolved, we'll bring her in. Mr. Henderson, did you want to speak specifically to that question?
Until Lily gets here, I can speak to that as to at least our efforts to deal with that issue. Strategic ecosystem, the mapped area is mostly the part of the property to the east, and that's the area where we're avoiding. And one of the things we did there, first you can ground proof. You start out with a map that says everything's strategic. You have an ecologist go in and look at it and find out what really is strategic. In this case, most of the really strategic are what appears to be more strategic is over by the scenic road and back in the east, the very area that we're putting in conservation. So the other thing we did is the strategic area that is kind of on our eastern side, mostly away from the VA project, is about a little less than 30 acres. We are in fact putting aside about 15 acres in green space. So even if you applied the 50% rule for the worst case scenario of what you have to give up at your property, we're pretty much in line with that. So I think we've addressed that issue, and we'll see if Lily agrees. But
okay, Ms. Glory, I see that you're with us now. Ms. Kaluri, we still can't hear you.
Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Now we can. Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, my headset has a separate volume control and I think I nudged it. Anyway, to answer the earlier question regarding the maximum set aside for this area, so the maximum set aside for this property would be up to 50% of the uplands on the site, excluding wetland buffers and other buffers that are required, because the area falls within a MAP strategic ecosystem and contains regulated natural resources such as significant upland communities.
Okay, but do we have a minimum?
There is no minimum.
Okay.
It just really depends on what's found out there. The idea is that if there is less than the maximum, then all of the regulated resource area should be preserved or as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Put a motion on the floor.
Love that.
Move ordinance number 19082 with one modification, that we change the land use to urban mixed use. Also, that we move forward on the revisions proposed by the plan board for the creation of the scenic roads in our comp plan on first reading by title only.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second that we move forward. Just real quickly, I absolutely support the motion, especially the second part with the change in residential. The one thing that we can do to prevent more potential for affordable housing to be built is by zoning our residential properties at their lowest possible density. And so thank you for suggesting this, Commissioner, and this is something that we need to be very keen towards as we move forward with other, especially annexed properties from the county. With that, let's move to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just want to thank our callers who have been standing by for quite some time to speak to the item. We should be able to begin with Ms. Susan Munden, who's been standing by. Ms. Munden?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Susan Munden, and thank you for listening to me tonight. I am a longtime resident of the Scenic Road and very passionate, as some of you may remember from February. In listening to everything that the DA is proposed, and I'm glad to hear that there are the 15 acres of green space. I've ridden horses on that property. I know it well, and I knew that was wetland part, so that's kind of a good thing, and it helps save the road. The way the land runs, yes, it will be easy for them to make the water run off. It's heartbreaking to me because it's been part of my life for 60 years. So I'm glad to hear that the county scenic road that was established in 1980 is going to be accepted by the city. And I think that is a good thing, seeing how we are a tree city. I am also glad to hear that low residential is going to be part of the plan, although I do not know what the clinics are all about, and that kind of worries me, but life goes on. Thank you for listening to me, and I will be paying attention to what goes on, so to make sure that things are properly done. And I appreciate some of the questions that the commissioners have asked, and to me, it's very, you sound concerned as well. I've been listening for so long, I can't even think of everything. I've been trying to write it down, but I do appreciate it, and I hate to see it go, but I hope they keep it in mind like they said they're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next signed up speaker was Richard Keller. Mr. Keller?
Oh, yes. Hello, this is Richard Keller, and I'm speaking also for my wife, Corinne Keller. We live off the Scenic Road, and we urge you not to approve this development as proposed. I was pleased that while the agenda item passed for rezoning, it passed with an amendment to incorporate the requirement for the Idlewild Serenola Special Study Area, not just the Scenic Road, but the study area and the Scenic Road. As you know, This land is the northern edge of Paynes Prairie and provides water control as well as upland habitat for trees and wildlife. Based on the tax roll, there is a very low population density within the study area. The only exceptions are pre-existing developments such as Mallory Gardens. Recent developments such as Oak Hammock preserved a large amount of their property, and also the large tract of land east of Oak Hammock was recently purchased by Alachua County for preservation with the Serenola Forest. These are both indications of the value and significance of this upland. I have two developmental issues of particular concern. One is the preservation of the scenic road. The report done by the city states that the property is served by Williston Road and 34th Street. However, there is a large area zoned residential estate along the scenic road. There is also an 80-foot gap in the plan along the scenic road that, according to Mr. Castillo, was included for, quote, the possibility for driveway access. Mr. Castillo also stated that this is not a commercial or subdivision access, end quote, which would not be allowed by Alachua County. I'm not sure how you define a subdivision, but 30 or 40 homes will have a significant impact. This connection to the scenic road should not be allowed in the development. It will greatly increase traffic on the scenic road, and maintenance will be performed by Alachua County, not the city of Gainesville, which is a taxing issue. The second issue is the proposed conservation set-aside is not adequate. The development proposes to set aside only about 15 acres, most of which is along the 100-foot scenic road border. This property area has protections that require a 50% set aside for significant uplands. The proposed assessment was paid for by the owner and vastly understates the amount required conservation area. The assessment should include, quote, contiguous stands of natural upland plant communities that support and have the potential to maintain healthy and diverse populations of plants and wildlife. According to the Alachua County Comp Plan, most of the annexed property is shown as either significant upland or tree canopy area. An assessment of significance must be based not only on the trees, but also on the role the property plays in the Paynes Prairie ecosystem.
Mayor, that's the 3-minute mark.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. There's a long time to wait 3 hours for this.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Keller, and thank you for sharing. And I think you also emailed your thoughts to us as well, which the commission got.
Mayor, the next speaker we have is Mr. Jonathan Pruden. Mr. Pruden.
Good evening, Mayor Poe, commissioners. Since I was medically retired from the Army after losing my leg in Iraq, I've called Gainesville home, went to grad school here, and am now the proud father of 2 budding environmentalists at BK Young. I listened to Susan and Richard's concerns there, and certainly echo some of those concerns about the environmental impact, but it appears to me that the plan has more than adequately addressed the environmental concerns. And while I'm all for preserving our natural resources, I'm concerned that rezoning and further environmental requirements could delay the development of this parcel and the opening of these critically needed VA facilities for mental health treatment and for primary care. And literally that could mean veterans die while waiting for care. I've testified before the U.S. House and Senate 4 times on the importance of timely and appropriate care for our veterans returning from war, and currently work with VAs across the nation to get veterans in crisis into care. I've worked with homeless veterans in Gainesville and have been involved in Baker acting veterans here. I can say with 100% certainty that timely access to care saves lives. This point has been driven home to me lately, as access to in-person mental health care in many VAs has been limited due to COVID. Just since March 15th, I've known of over a dozen veterans I've worked with who've taken their own lives. We know that delays in appropriate care equal higher suicide rates for veterans. Tom Wisniewski, who will speak in just a moment, and his team at the VA provide excellent care. But after an extensive needs assessment, VA recognized the critical need for these primary care and mental health facilities to provide timely and appropriate care. And I'm very troubled to hear that land use changes could cause delays in getting these critical facilities up and operational. I fear these delays could mean that more veterans die while awaiting care. And I ask the Commission to expedite any changes in land use or approvals for this essential care facility for our most vulnerable veterans. Thank you all for your time and consideration of this critical need.
Thank you. The question was asked whether there would be any delays, and the answer was there would not, just to clarify.
Forgive me, Mayor. The next speaker is Ian Kress. Ian?
Hi. I'm Mayor Poe, members of the City Commission. My name is Ian Kress, and I grew up in the Idlewild, Sernola neighborhood. I worked with Hutch Hutchinson and then Tom Kay of Lotsville Conservation Trust for many years on conserving ecologically important sections in this area. And in 2018, with our friends at Oak Hammock, we were able to create the Sernola Forest Preserve in this area. Now, concerning the proposed land use and rezoning request for the property besides the Crown Scenic Road, I have several concerns. First, in the report conducted by the city, Rocky Point rezoning, it states on page 7 that, quote, this property is served by Southwest Williston Road and 34th Street. However, on a map created by George F. Young Incorporated for the environmental set-aside, there's a gap of 80 feet between two set-aside areas that has been discussed as a possible driveway. Since the impact of access onto the scenic road was not analyzed in the report, I feel that direct connection, including this driveway, should not be allowed in any development plan until further analysis has been conducted. Next, this area has additional protections under the Idlewild Sernola Special Area Study, which requires from section 405-19 Part A of that study, a maximum of 50% land use of significant upland ecosystems. This zoning request is based on an environmental assessment conducted for the owner, which understates the amount of required conservation area. The assessment only considers what is categorized as mesic hammock as to what is significant uplands habitat. The actual definition of significant uplands is stated in Chapter 410 of Alachua County's ULDC as, quote, continuous stands of natural upland plant communities which have been documented to support and which have the potential to maintain healthy and diverse populations of plants and wildlife. The report Rocky Point Road rezoning in Exhibit C16 shows a total of 55 acres of land as uplands, and thus over 27 acres of this is required to be conserved. It's my understanding that the proposed development plan only has 15 acres of conservation. I realize that the formal development plan may not have yet been submitted to the city and that the matter before you today is a land use and zoning request. However, due to this area being within the special area study with impact to the scenic road, I would request that this matter be delayed for approval until a formal development plan has been submitted. This will allow the residents to comment and discuss the full proposal, which will have so much impact to this beautiful and ecologically sensitive area. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Our next speaker is Tom Wisniewski. Tom?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to discuss this project. So our North Florida, South Georgia Veterans Health System is one of the largest and most complex veterans health systems in the nation. The system consists of 15 sites of care, and the mothership is the Malcolm Randall Medical Center located in Gainesville. And our system is projected to experience significant growth. In our fiscal year 19, our healthcare system provided care to more than 146,000 veterans. We have 3,200 staff that are employed at Malcolm Randall, and our system provides many services such as primary care, specialty care, surgery, mental health, and many more. The site that was chosen is preferred location to its proximity to the Malcolm Randall Medical Center and Interstate 75. But most importantly, this site is large enough to co-locate both our mental health and primary care clinics allowing veterans to travel to one location for a variety of services. This project will also allow future renovations within the Malcolm Randall facility, and we estimate those major constructions to be about $100 million. The primary care and outpatient mental health project we are speaking about this evening would allow VA to enhance and expand its primary care and mental health services to provide veterans a state-of-the-art healthcare facility. Those co-located clinics will also provide both primary care, mental health, women's health, diagnostic imaging, physical therapy, prosthetics, distribution. One of the many benefits to the project is that will allow VA to fully implement our patient-aligned care teams, which are aimed to provide veterans with primary care and mental health that are inclusive and comprehensive, patient-centered, team-based, and timely. Mental health services will be consolidated from the multiple locations in Gainesville to a single location and include services such as mental health and intensive case management, screenings, and suicide prevention. With these new clinics, there'll be approximately 270 federal employees who will work on those sites of care, and an estimated 40 to 50 new jobs will be created due to the expansion in services. This project is critical for the health system to keep the nation's promise to care for its veterans. In closing, relocating primary care and outpatient mental health to an off-site location is not a want, it's a need. And veterans in Gainesville and the surrounding counties deserve to receive their care in a modern, state-of-the-art facility. Thank you.
We do have a speaker standing by, Tom Hennessy. Tom?
Yes. Mayor? Members of the commission?
Hi.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Mayor and members of the commission, my name is Tom Hennessy. I'm a combat veteran, and I currently serve as the commander of the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Gainesville Chapter 823. Tom Wisniewski, the director of the VA hospital here, was a little bit too modest. The hospital here provides some of the best care in the country that we have experienced. And I will tell you that as a member veteran that receives care at the hospital, I couldn't be happier. I will tell you that the demographics of this region and the fact that we're going to have more veterans in this area should not come as a surprise to anyone. The mental health needs of veterans today is incredible. And I will very briefly give you a statement that I think gives you an idea of what that means. Since 9/11, we have lost more veterans to suicide than we have lost soldiers in combat. Think of that just a moment. The mental health needs of the veterans are significant, and we need to address those sooner rather than later. So I urge you, as fast as we can, get those clinics taken care of. Thank you.
And Mayor, I've had two callers join us since we started, so if you'll just give me just a moment, I'll see if they're wanting to speak on this item. Mayor, we do have one more caller on this zoning case, and this is Stephanie Pierce. Stephanie, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Stephanie Pierce, and I live on the Scenic Road, right past these sites, and we have a major problem with the stormwater coming off these sites on the north side of the Scenic Road. I live on Southwest 27th Terrace on the south side of the Scenic Road. with heavy rains, huge amounts of water come off the petition sites, even from the top of the scenic road and the end of the rezoning site. It crosses over the scenic road numerous areas, washes it out, and then the water comes through the woods, goes through many private properties, and then washes our road out, Southwest 27th Terrace. We are then responsible to repair it at great cost. I showed videos and pictures of the flooding from 6/12/20 to Juan and Lily yesterday, and they also seemed concerned about the amount of water and flooding, but weren't sure what to do. So this water from these properties are coming from private property owners, the city, and the county who maintains the scenic road. Something needs to be done, and no one seems to be able to help or answer. The other question is, we have numerous concerns on the rezoning site. There are 7 possibilities of different developments with no plans and acreage that will be affected, and what impact will be on the scenic road and its neighbors. It is hard for us to understand that this site can move forward with no exact plans. My last is just a comment. The scenic road will forever change in a negative way with a 2-story building close to this beautiful scenic road. And I urge you to do something about the development that is planned along there. So those are my questions.
Mayor, I do have one additional call that I need to screen. Stand. Sir, we have Gene Strong to speak on the item. Gene?
Yes.
Gene, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. You know, I read in a history book the other day that Alachua is Seminole Indians settled here. Alachua is Seminole for sinkhole. And I really believe Gainesville's sinking. I've been living here a while, and I've noticed the problem you have with GRU and the wastewater and the problems you're having with a lot of the flooding in the areas. And I would like to make a suggestion that if we just quit building so much here in Gainesville, maybe we wouldn't have such a problem. The problem, you know, you built a place on the corner of 13th at the University of Florida. It's like a 5-7-story building. Are you familiar with that area? Right in the middle of town?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Is anybody there listening?
Yes, ma'am, we're familiar with that. Yeah.
Are you familiar with that area on the
Yes, ma'am, we're familiar with the area.
corner of First?
Yes, ma'am.
You all built more housing there, and there's enough housing that's been built already. I would suggest that you stop building so Gainesville would stop sinking, and you wouldn't have such a problem with the GRU problems that you're having right now. This is just a comment I wanted to make. Thank you.
And Mayor, I do have one additional caller. The number is familiar to me. Caller ending in 1424, are you speaking on the zoning case?
Yeah.
Okay, please identify yourself and go ahead.
My name is Pierce Jacobson. I have lived on Southwest 27th Terrace my entire life, which is a private dirt road off the scenic dirt road, Southwest 56th Avenue. The scenic dirt road runs along the entire south side of the 86.64 acres in the ordinance being discussed. I know this area extremely well, including the wildlife and habitat that would be impacted by the VA project. Site 1 in the 86.64 acres is located within the Idlewild Sierra NOAA Special Studies Area. Site 1 borders the Sierra NOAA strategic ecosystem and most of the 86.64 acres inside the Sierra NOAA strategic ecosystem. Has an evaluation been conducted for the presence of significant upland habitat to determine the special land development requirements? If so, what were the findings of the evaluation, if conducted or completed, and what special land development requirements have been or are going to be implemented if Site 1 meets the significant upland habitat criteria? The inventory of wildlife and plants is incomplete in the VA assessment. The Florida Natural Areas Inventory, also known as FNAI, includes 50 possible animals, plants, ecosystem types, and historic sites that are known to occur in the area, are likely to occur in the area, and have the potential to occur in the area. As noted on the Florida Natural Areas Inventory website, these 50 elements only include rare species and natural communities tracked by FNAI. The VA environmental assessment does not include any of these elements. Why aren't they included? The Information for Planning and Consultation, also known as IPAC Internet Application website, provides information on threatened and endangered animals, including migratory birds protected by the Migratory Bird Act that could be impacted by a particular project site. The VA assessment includes some of the migratory birds possibly affected by Site 1 during breeding season, but not all. The 3 birds not included in the assessment and have potential to be present during breeding season are the Bachman sparrow, the prairie warbler, and the prothonotary warbler. Why aren't these 3 birds included in the VA environmental assessment? The VA environmental assessment is not complete to make accurate assessments on the wildlife and habitat that would be impacted on Site 1 and the entire 86.64 acres in this ordinance. Thank you for listening to my concerns and hope they are taken seriously.
And Mayor, that appears to be all the callers we have on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all of the callers for being with us for this long evening and sharing your thoughts with us. Ms. Shalley, you had something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just for clarity, because what my office will need to do is work with planning to update the ordinance and the maps before they're transmitted to the reviewing agencies. The entire 86.64 acres will be urban mixed use UMU. Is that correct?
I believe that is the motion. Commissioner Santos, you want to clarify?
Yes, I believe that. Yes, that's correct. It would replace the 3 other zoning just. Is that correct, Mr. Persons, when we discussed it?
That's my understanding. And I think just to follow that up, if that's the direction from the commission, we would also look for the commission to give us direction to determine what the appropriate street designation would be for all the adjacent streets in the area that would be part of the transect area.
Should that be added to the motion then?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would just, you could just we can bring it back when it comes back from the state.
So I'd like to amend the motion, Mr. Mayor, if possible.
To add an analysis of the street designations bordering the transect zone.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, was that you, Dave? Yeah, Ariola. You okay with that? Okay. Mr. Fabiani?
Yes, thank you. Hello, Mayor. Rick Fabiani. And I need to add just a little bit of emotional concern here. My son, Rick Fabiani Jr., who some of you know very well, is an environmental lawyer. And I certainly appreciate everything that all those that have an environmental concern, and I am also one of those. But my real question to you all is, as was mentioned by Jonathan Pruden, who took the first IED in Iraq 1, and Tom Hennessy, who fought gallantly in our wars that maybe you didn't believe in, or maybe you did, it didn't matter. And my father and my grandfather fought in World War I and World War II, and I was 12 years in the military myself, but here's my question to you. As much as I love the environment and as much as I appreciate saving the water, saving the birds, saving the trees, I think you need to really address saving our best national heritage, which are our famous warriors that try to protect our country and stand for our freedom. So please don't be blinded. Please accept the fact that we have some serious mental illness, and you see it every day in our county, our city, by our homeless veterans. And they absolutely deserve our assistance, our care. And sorry, I get pretty emotional about this. We have to have them safe. And the only way we're going to do it is by giving them every single opportunity to be able to have another day to live. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, who participated in this discussion. We, of course, have the zoning coming up next, so you can do it all over again if you'd like. We do have a motion on the floor to approve the land use in mixed use, urban mixed use, or MU6, and to bring back after state review to the commission, identify the adjacent streets in relation to the transect zone. Madam Clerk, could you please move to a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is ordinance 191242. Let me make sure I'm on the right page here. Sorry about that. Ordinance 190983, quasi-judicial rezoning of 86.64 acres of property located near Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 30. Okay. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 86.64 acres of property generally located south of Southwest Williston Road, west of Southwest 29th Drive, north of Southwest 56th Avenue, and east of Southwest 34th Street is more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County Business Highway District, Alachua County Residential Professional Districts, and Alachua County Single Family Estate Residential District to City of Gainesville General Office District, City of Gainesville General Business District, and City of Gainesville Residential Single Family Districts, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Shelley?
Thank you, Mayor. Since this is your first quasi-judicial virtual hearing, I just wanted to remind you all, first, I haven't heard that anyone has made a request for a formal hearing. Without that, it will proceed informally. But under your rules, the first thing that you all should do is disclose any inadvertent ex parte communications, if you've had any. Then you'll hear the staff presentation, then from the applicant, and then public comment, and then deliberate and vote. And just as a reminder, because it's quasi-judicial, you should base your decision on the requirements in the code and the competent substantial evidence that the parties put forth before you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley. I'm just going to call on you one by one instead of allowing you to volunteer. And if you have not had any ex parte, you can just wave me off. I did receive several emails in recent days concerning this project. I believe that I can still make an unbiased and fair decision based on the evidence before us. Commissioner Santos.
I received some emails. And I discussed the land use, but not the zoning with applicants.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
I received emails, but I think I can proceed as an impartial party to this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had, I received emails and had phone conversations with folks on both sides, but I believe I could be impartial and unbiased.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have had no communication.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Yes, I received emails, but I can make an impartial decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
I've also received emails, but I can make an impartial decision as well.
Very good. Okay, Ms. Shelley, is that an old hand? I'm assuming so since you turned off. Commissioner Simmons, before we got the staff presentation?
Old hand.
Old, okay, very good. It's like an Eric Clapton song. Old hand, sorry, I'm getting a little, I'm gonna need a recess in a few here. Okay, then we'd like to welcome Mr. Castillo back to give the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm about to share my screen. Is that okay?
That would be fantastic.
Okay. There we go. All right, so for the record again, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a planner for the Department of Sustainable Development, and I'm presenting item number 190983. The item before you this evening is the second of two related petitions. This one is for the zoning change as a result of the subject property being annexed into the city. Again, this property is located at the intersection of Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street. Currently, it has Alachua County highway-oriented business, residential/professional, and residential estate zoning districts. The proposal before you this evening is to change that to City of Gainesville General Office, General Business, and Single-Family RSF1 zoning districts. Staff has reviewed the request before you and has found that it meets the review criteria stated in our Land Development Code for rezoning. This includes compatibility of permitted uses and allowed intensities with existing developments, the proposed zoning district in relation to surrounding properties, and the character of the district and suitability for particular uses. The full list and account of how each review criteria is met is found in your report. This item, as I mentioned earlier, came before the City Plan Board on February 27, 2020, and was approved without revisions. Thank you, and I am here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Castillo. Are there any questions from the commission, or is there a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. We need to allow the applicant an opportunity to make a presentation first.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, we've really touched all of it in that previous conversation, so there's not really anything to add. I'm still a little concerned, you know, that we're looking at a zoning, the mixed use. I'm just trusting that there's no little something in that requirement that I'm not familiar with because we haven't studied this that would throw this off the rails. I just have to trust that staff feels that we can do what we proposed to do with this mixed use zone. Other than that, I don't have anything that I can add a few clarifications for some of those phone calls if you like. But, we put in that 80-foot gap because we didn't want to be caught in a situation where, for instance, we wouldn't at least have an emergency exit. In regard to the 50% environmental thing, it's 50% of is the worst case scenario if your entire property is strategic. Our entire property is not strategic. So it just covers the amount that is strategic, which in this case is pretty well covered by our thing. Other than that, I don't have any new comments, but I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
yeah,
may I ask a question?
Of course.
This is Derek Weaver again. It's really a question of one. I know a lot of time, many months have been spent on the zoning plan that was presented to you and announced this evening. There's been a change to this urban mixed use designation tonight. And I want to ask Juan the question here in this forum. The plan that we've worked on specifically for the VA facility, will it be able to continue in its current form with this sudden unannounced change in the zoning to a mixed use plan?
Mr. Persons will let you answer that. You're the
Thank you. It may require some redesign of the site. You know, urban 6 zoning is a transect zone and does have some form standards that aren't present in either the county's existing land use or zoning, or what the staff recommendation. So I mean, we're happy to sit down and kind of look at that and try to address that with the proposed land use and zoning that's going forward.
That's very concerning. Like I said, we've spent perhaps as many as 9 months working on this plan. The staff has recommended it after working with us all those months. And the dynamics of the veteran clinic, the modalities of the veteran that it seeks to service, they're fairly rigid in their requirements and their needs. I'm worried that the project itself may not have the flexibility to adhere to this mixed use zoning that's come up this evening. We've done no planning for that, and that's concerning. We need to, the design that we have in place, we need to be able to adhere to that after, like I said, more than 9 months worth of planning for this project.
Okay, thank you for sharing that, Mr. Weaver. Generally, it's about the outside form. The functionality should not be impacted at all. And our staff will work with you to make sure that it's not. Mr. Diedenbach, did you want to get in there? No? You're on mute, Mr. Diedenbach.
There we go. Voice now?
Gotcha.
Yes. I would share Mr. Weaver's concern because Mr. Henderson has some residual properties around the back, and if you aren't careful how you apply the U6 and the U7, you would preclude uses such as hotels or potentially restaurants in there. So it might be prudent for Andrew and staff to look, while this is off at the Department of Economic Opportunity, at looking at a blend of U6 and U7 on the property to get the appropriate densities in the right land areas so you don't render the remainder of the property less usable for Mr. Weaver and Mr. Henderson.
Well, I think that's something that we can do alongside identifying the street classifications.
Precisely, thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's go to members of the public that wish to speak to the motion. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have a motion. Commissioner, were you about to make a motion, Commissioner Santos?
I think the attorney said we had to take public comment before we have a motion. I thought.
Is that correct, Ms. Shelley?
It's just that your deliberation and vote should come after the public comment.
Then I'll move that we adopt ordinance number
190983.
190983 with one modification, that the zoning be U6.
Is there a second? Commissioner Simmons, thank you. Okay, now to members of the public.
Mayor, we have Susan Munden speaking. Susan?
Hello?
Susan, go ahead.
Hi, I be short. I just wanted to make sure that there is not going to be any access of any kind going to the scenic road, that buffer and the 15 acres is all going to make sure that the road is not touched. That was my question. And I haven't seen a proposed plan, and so I really don't know how the setup is, but from what I've been listening to, I have a good idea, although I don't know why he's concerned about the mixed use. Did he have interest in bigger buildings, and now they're going to smaller? So thank you.
We have one additional caller, sir, and it's Jean standing by on the line. Jean, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Gainesville City Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? I've been to the county board speaking about this, and I've been to the city, but I wanted to share again how important it is to stop building, because, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you just fine.
Can you hear me? Okay. Alachua is Seminole for sinkhole, and Gainesville is slowly sinking. And if we don't stop building soon, it's going to be a problem. GRU and the water and the lights, and they keep raising it more and more to compensate for the recovery of cost of having to reconstruct the rebuilding or whatever you all are doing with as far as money-making profits go. You really need to consider before you make any more motions to build or rezone or do any more building. You need to understand that Alachua is Seminole for sinkhole. And if you go over to 43rd, you'll see what happened a long time ago at Devil's Millhopper. You need to stop building for profit's sake. There's enough built already. There's been enough built already. Please stop building. This is Jean Strong, and I just thought I'd call and tell you again, if you don't stop building, you're going to have more problems with more sinkholes and more wastewaters and more problem with flooding than you ever imagined having. You need to stop building, please. That's my comment. Thank you.
And that's the last comment we have, sir, on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe, not to answer for you, Mr. Henderson, but I believe you said the 8-foot strip there was in case there was a requirement for emergency vehicle access.
Right, or part of the residential. We don't want to have an isolated piece of property without at least two ways to get into it. And after all, everybody that lives on the scenic road has a connection to the scenic road. There's nothing in the scenic road ordinance that says you can't connect to it. But the vast majority of everything we're talking about is going to 34th Street. It would only be a secondary residential or an emergency exit is all we've got, one in that entire 1,500 feet or whatever it is. So yes, that's why we only have one connection.
I just want to clarify. Okay, any further questions from the commission? It looks like not. So we will go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please. Thank you, everyone, for being with us for the entire evening.
Next item is the first reading of ordinance 1909, of the public right-of-way, Northwest 4th Lane between Northwest 13th and Northwest 14th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida to vacate, abandon, and close the public right-of-way on Northwest 4th Lane, line between Northwest 13th Street and Northwest 14th Street is more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a staff presentation on this?
Yes, there. Excuse me. Yes, there is, Mr. Mayor. This is Jason Simmons with Department of Sustainable Development. May I share the screen?
Please do.
Oh, what is this now? Let's see. Okay, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This petition is to vacate a 20-foot wide right-of-way of Northwest 4th Lane between Northwest 13th Street on the east and Northwest 14th Street on the west. It's a 20-foot wide right-of-way, which has actually about a little over 12 feet of actual pavement width from edge to edge.
Mr. Simmons, I don't know if you intended to share your screen, but it has not been shared.
Okay.
If you click share screen in the bottom middle of the screen and then choose your document, it should pop up.
What number is this?
This is FR3, page 29, if you have a printed agenda.
Thank you.
Mayor, the presentation is the last attachment on the agenda item.
There we go.
Mr. Mayor, I've been working on my juggling. I'm happy to
That would be fantastic. Thank you. Do you want to share your screen? From current slide, far left. There you go. All right.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, this is a request to vacate a 20-foot wide right-of-way from Northwest 4th Lane from 13th Street on the east to Northwest 14th Street on the west. The purpose is to vacate the right-of-way. It's currently below design standard for roadways. The width of the actual pavement is about 12 feet from edge to edge. And the reason the request for the vacation is for the redevelopment of the entire block from Northwest 5th Avenue on the north to Northwest 4th Place to the south, and from Northwest 13th Street to the east and Northwest 14th Street to the west. So you see here the arrow pointing to the right of way. Between 13th and 14th Street. Currently, it provides access to 2 existing residential uses that front onto Northwest 14th Street, as well as a commercial use that lies on the corner of 4th Lane and Northwest 13th Street. Now, all of these properties lie within the development boundaries of the site. So if the development proposal is approved, these sites will be redeveloped as part of the overall development, and they will not need specific access from the subject right-of-way. So no private land will be impacted by the vacation of this right-of-way. Here's the aerial view. The arrow points to the right-of-way to be vacated, Northwest 4th Lane. This is looking west, basically from Northwest 13th Street. As you see on the right-hand side is Northwest 5th Avenue. And on the north side of that, you have the just recently redeveloped Gate Station convenience store, gas station site. And on the left-hand side, you see Northwest 4th Place, which is generally the extent of the redeveloped area, although there's also a portion south of 4th Place that would be part of the redeveloped area. But you see the area from 5th Avenue to 4th Place is basically about the size of a typical city lot. So the 4th Lane is basically halfway between, or halfway in between a typical block. So the closing or the vacation of the right-of-way would not preclude bicyclists or pedestrians from accessing, or getting across from 13th Street to 14th Street, because they could be easily access the street from 5th Avenue or from 4th Place. And this is a rendering of the development proposed for that area. You basically see 4th Place on the right-hand side and 5th Avenue is on the north. Staff has reviewed this item in connection with the street vacation review criteria and has found that the proposal meets those criteria. This is listed in your staff report in the backup, and also the justification report from the applicants. So with that, staff is recommending approval of petition PB-19-161 SVA and approval of the first reading of ordinance 190989. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have, and the applicant is on the line, and I believe he has a presentation as well.
Okay, thank you very much. If you could take down your screen. We'll allow the applicant to give their presentation.
Very good. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Mr. City Manager, and Madam City Attorney. This is Jerry Diedenbach from CHW. I am very happy to be here tonight because we were at the plan board in February of this year with this right-of-way vacation. As a little bit of background, we are representing our clients in the redevelopment of approximately 2.2 acres in the 13th Street corridor area. Proof of publication, this was actually held in a neighborhood workshop September of last year, and then we went to the plan board in February. So we've been waiting a little while. At that meeting, the plan board approved our special use permit for the project, and so we've been waiting for this technical component so that we can actually build over the right-of-way here. As staff stated, this is approximately a city block, and you can see the area of the right-of-way here where there are several redundant alleys, 4th lane, 4th place, 3rd place along the 13th Street corridor. Each is approximately 130 feet apart, so we want to unify this block here. Very important to note in this redevelopment effort is on these corners here, there used to be a gas station in the northeast corner, auto repair here, and an abandoned dry cleaners here. All these buildings and their dirt will be remediated during this redevelopment process at no cost to the city or Alachua County. This is an aerial oblique of the site, and you can see here's 13th Street in the foreground and 5th Avenue with the gate station that we just recently finished here. Being in the urban transect zone, the building was pulled up to the street, and it's our desire to take and transform this old strip type development with frontage property parking into a modern mixed use building. To do that, we will be needing this portion of the right-of-way. When we began this process, I had the pleasure of working with Miss Melissa McCready, your Director of Transportation and Mobility, and we talked about bringing something unique to Gainesville that you all don't have yet, or I should say we don't have yet, because I am a resident here since 1981. And that is a WUNERF, which is a pedestrian prioritized street for pedestrians and bicyclists. And that is what we are going to build along the south side of this property on 4th lane. Today, there are 18 conflict points for vehicles and pedestrians and bicyclists around the block. The unification and redevelopment of this city block will reduce those conflict points to 2. We will have an access point to an entry garage on the northwest corner of the property, and then in the southwest corner of the property, we will have a bicycle and mobility center here that will feed directly on a WUNERF. The property has an internal structured garage that is completely wrapped by residential property, and the residents will move to the southwest corner of the building and get on the actual WUNERF here, which will be a one-way street, pedestrian and bicycle focused, from 13th Street west to 14th. This entire area here will be dedicated then to the use of the residents and the general public if they want to get away from the traffic of 13th Street. We're also working with your city's Department of Mobility and Transportation on a one-way pair study for 14th and for 15th here, the next block over. We have concealed within this overall building all trash and utility functions, so the building is actually very pedestrian oriented around the entire perimeter. The WUNERF will extend from 13th Street all the way over to 14th Street, and it will actually establish an urban yard on the south portion of the property where Jason talked about the townhomes being built. The right-of-way today is kind of interesting. During our first step meeting with the city, one of the initial comments that Gainesville Regional Utilities had was, please help us get the existing alleys back in where the actual right-of-ways are. Well, We're going to do that on the south side, and we're actually going to be making that a much better facility than it is today with the creation of the Wooner here. As you can see, these are very narrow passageways here, and our new Wooner will be designed with visible entrances, pedestrian doors actually on the bike ped prioritized area, physical barriers throughout the actual space from 13th Street to 14th, and then generous landscaping at the street. This is an aerial view. We will be having a hardscape plan that will go from the frontage of the building and its multiple pedestrian entrances from the residents through this corridor, and they will match areas on the south side. You probably remember this area on the east as the former ABC, which is now a medical marijuana dispensary here. So we will actually be dressing up this entire area during the redevelopment. Jason showed an early rendering from the neighborhood workshop back in September, but working with the city's architect, Sarit Salah, we were actually able to come up with a building plan that moved into something really kind of unique to where the final plan looks like this. This is the corner of 5th Avenue and 13th Street. With the right-of-way gone, we can have a unified residential building that has the opportunity for mixed use along the ground plane, close to the new gate gas station. We've prioritized pedestrian and rideshare pickup services in a dedicated pull-off here for things like Uber and Lyft. The mail and parcel room in this building is also located in the north side. So when FedEx trucks, DHL, Amazon, and all come up, they have a dedicated area where they can park temporarily to bring parcels into the building without blocking the right-of-way. And then the actual Wooner, where people are headed toward the University of Florida, is this southern portion here along 4th Place, which is obscured here. This is a nighttime rendering of the building with the new gate in the back here. And then you can see the pedestrian environment and all the amenities along here illuminating the 13th Street corridor. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, but we would greatly appreciate if you took the staff recommendation and the plan board recommendation to approve this petition and vacate this portion of right-of-way and allow us to bring our pedestrian and bicycle system that much closer to a very safe future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denbach. And if you could unshare your screen, that would be helpful to me. Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Denbach, what's the size of the Lunar? How big is it in the width and length?
Mr. Mayor, it will vary anywhere from 15 to probably 35 feet when it's by the townhomes, because it will extend from the building face on the north side all the way up into the front yards. And so that will be prioritized very much like a European street where we wanted to give those townhomes front yards, because today it's a really narrow piece of asphalt through there.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, or is there a motion?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay, motion to approve ordinance 190989 on first reading by title only.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Santos seconds. Okay, members of the public that wish to speak to the motion, Larry.
One speaker, Mr. Nathan Scott. Hi, Nathan, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon or evening, Commissioners, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the applicant whose legal name is LCD Gator Owners LLC, it's listed as the owners. I was trying to attempt to look that up, both as a foreign and domestic LLC in the state of Florida. I do not see that entity duly registered as a legal entity in the state of Florida. I think that the public, has the right to know who managing members are and who's requesting this vacation of the right-of-way. So procedurally, I would think that this should be withheld. The commission should defer making a decision on this until such time as the entity is duly registered in the state of Florida. I could be mistaken, but I did check it on Florida corporations. Likewise, too, I want to draw attention to the commission's hypocrisy on right-of-ways. So we, GRU customers, got forced paying $1 million for GRU to get a right-of-way from Innovation Square on the Clarence B. Clarence B. Ayers Condominium Association. The public questioned the commission about that. They questioned GRU about it, why we should pay $1 million for a utility easement and right of way that GRU is entitled to as a matter of law. You guys are silent. Here, you're giving away something. You know, you may get something out of it in terms of its aesthetics or whatever, but you know, this underlies a hypocrisy and the lack of diligence to some degree by staff, because I do think that the applicant, as stated in the backup, should be duly registered, and I can't find that. And I think it's important to know, you know, who applicants are and that they should be registered in accordance with Florida law before they're requesting, affirmative relief from the city. And if the city wants to go ahead and proceed without addressing valid concerns, that's certainly within your right. But I would ask the city attorney to validate what I just said, and if she can find it, I'll stand corrected. But I was not able to identify that legal entity that was registered duly as a domestic or foreign LLC in the state of Florida. If it's not registered in Florida, it should be, as if it's a foreign LLC, but it does not appear to be registered yet. It's requesting relief with valuable consideration from the city of Gainesville. Thank you.
And Mayor, when caller joined, I'll just double check that it's for this item or not. Mayor, we have Jean Shaw back to speak on this item. Jean?
Yes, I have a comment. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, because I live in a dead zone. I live way out Hawthorne Road, but out by Nunes Lake. But, you know, I need to tell you that we need to stop building because Florida is slowly, Gainesville is sinking. You have to stop building. Enough has been built already. If people would just get along with each other and be able to, I guess what you call coexist, it would make the city a lot nicer place in the county, and the city doesn't get along too well. But the city and the county need to work together on this building stuff because you need to stop building because Alachua is Seminole for sinkhole, and Alachua County is sinking. If you go to 43rd and 53rd, where they built the emergency center there, it's sinking into the Devil's Millhopper. And the Devil's Millhopper is an old Indian tale that they used to think the devil used to come in and out of there. I kind of believe them sometimes. The Seminole Indians had a lot of things going for them, even out at Paynes Prairie. They were going to cement Paynes Prairie at one time and build on Paynes Prairie. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I've been to like 4 or 5 different meetings for the city and the county, and you all don't seem to work very well together. But I need to emphasize the point that you need to stop building here. It's causing problems with the water and the electricity and everything. You need to stop building. Enough has been built already. If you would just utilize what you have available, then man needs to stop building to make more money, okay? Okay, that's...
I believe that was the end of her comments, and that's all we have, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any further questions from the commission? Okay, let's go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco. Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos. Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Johnson in dissent. Does the commission mind if we knock out the 4 resolutions next? Those are time sensitive. And just, I mean, I know that we have some time left in our meeting here, but we really need to hit those. Is there any objection to that?
There's no
Going to resolutions? Okay. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the first resolution then.
On page 16, Resolution 1, Public Transit Grant Award Agreement for Florida Department of Transportation, Section 5311 CARES Act Grant Funds for Regional Transit System Projects, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the resolution authorizing the City of Gainesville doing business as Regional Transit System to enter into a public transportation grant agreement for the acceptance of Section 5311 CARES Act grant funds, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute the PTGA for the aforementioned project, subject to review and approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Mr. Simmons?
Yes, I move to adopt resolution 200014.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Santos, seconds. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Scott speak on the item, and I believe there's one after him, so please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Poe, Commissioner Nathan Scott. Mayor Poe, I just want to express my disappointment. I asked a valid question on the last item, and you moved directly to a vote without even entertaining a issue that dealt with a matter of law for the applicant. So I think that's very distasteful and shows a disdain for the public bringing valid questions to your attention. Thank you.
The company number is 4824174. Its incorporation date was 2010. It's an LLC based out of Delaware. Any other members of the public?
We've had a caller standing by, Jeremiah Pattersall, and I don't know whether this was the item. Mr. Pattersall, are you there?
I am here. I was actually wanting to talk about the Medicaid expansion resolution and the police review board.
Yeah, so we're not there yet. We're going to do some resolutions first. We'll be getting those hopefully before the end of our business today.
Otherwise, Mayor, there are no other callers.
Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
It was for the next item.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is a resolution accepting a grant award for the CARES Act for our RTS system. This will be very helpful to our neighbors here in Gainesville that use RTS. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Resolution 2, acceptance of U.S. Department of Transportation, FAA, AIP CARES Act grant number 3-12-0028-044-2020 in an amount up to $3,113,693 with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the resolution accepting FAA Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Security Act CARES grant number 3-12-0028-044-2020 from the U.S. Department of Transportation, FAA, in an amount of up to $3,113,693 and authorize the mayor to execute and the clerk of the commission to certify.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, the first 5 ordinances, I believe, are very time sensitive as well.
All right, yep, let's get through these and then we'll
move resolution 20018.
Is there a second? Commissioner Ward seconds. Members of the public that wish to speak to that resolution, this is basically grant money that will go to the to make up for funds lost due to COVID-19.
Yeah, I want to speak on this, Larry.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Mr. Scott.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Poe, I apologize if the audio got cut off when you were responding, but what I thought I heard you say that it was a registered LLC from Delaware. Under Florida law, a foreign LLC, basically a Delaware company is registered in Delaware should be registered duly in Florida as a foreign LLC. So I'm not sure whether you understand corporate law, but I ask that the city attorney verify that because that's my understanding of the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Larry? Okay, let's move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos, Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is Resolution -3, resolution regarding fuel hedging, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, providing corporate resolutions regarding fuel hedging in accordance with the city's adopted investment policy and the adopted fuel hedging policy, and directions to the clerk of the commission, providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, moved. Is there seconded by Ward? Moved by Simmons, seconded by Ward to adopt resolution 200052. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
No, sir, there are no speakers.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Resolution 4, Fire Assessment Preliminary Rate Resolution, a resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to the provision and funding of fire services, facilities, and programs in the City of Gainesville, providing for the imposition and computation of fire services special assessments, providing for the legislative determinations of special benefit and fair apportionment, describing the method of assessing fire services assessed costs against assessed property located within the City of Gainesville, establishing the estimated assessment rate for fire assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, providing for hardship assistance, providing for method of collection, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for application of assessment proceeds, providing for severability, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or is there a motion?
Mayor, I move the adoption of resolution 19114.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Ward seconds. Commissioner Simmons.
I just had a quick question. So currently the rate is at 133 currently. And so what we're doing today is just putting into practice that if we choose to raise the rates, or we have to notify and do the proper process. Is that what this is? I just need clarification.
No, we're setting it at 133. We cannot go above that. We could choose to lower it from that before now and final adoption if we so chose.
Was that the current, but it was at the current rate? So we're not changing the rate.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
We could lower it. We have the option to lower it, but this will set us, that will be the maximum rate we can charge this year, which is exactly, yeah, it's what it is now. Exactly. Okay, yes, there was a motion. Members of the public that wish to speak to the motion.
Hello. Hello.
I can hear you.
Hello. Okay, yes, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. Looks like the commission has set the rate at its current rate of 133. Apparently it cannot go higher than that. I would encourage the commission in these difficult times in the midst of a recession and pandemic to exercise fiscal restraint and lower the fire assessment fee from its current level of 133. You have that discretion, but it will depend upon this commission spending time, taking the sharp pencil to the budget and eliminating some of your spending that you can't seem to control. So, and we had substantial property tax increase last year, 15.64%, 32%, 33% increase in the fire assessment fee, significant increase on GRU electric rates. And I think it's the commission ignored all that last year. And I think now, this commission should do the right thing and exercise some fiscal discipline when it comes to setting not only the fire assessment fee, but equally our property tax assessment, which I hope that you also will lower in furtherance of providing relief to hardworking Gainesville families. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Larry?
Yes. Yes.
Ma'am, I can hear you. Larry,
Yes, I have.
you. Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Just tell us who you are.
Okay, I have a comment. I just heard you. I thought I just heard you say you have $3 million you're trying to get rid of. Is that what you said?
No, we're accepting a grant from the federal government that will go to the airport to pay for losses during COVID-19. We're not getting the money at all. It's a
Hey, say it again. Say it again. Say it again. You have $3 million from the state or from the feds?
The grant is from the federal government for the Gainesville Regional Airport due to losses from COVID-19. The city of Gainesville is not getting that money. We're just approving the pass-through grant.
Well, what happened to the fairgrounds that was going to be built, going to be reestablished over there by the airport? What happened to those plans? Can you explain that one?
Sure, that's a county project, and they are moving forward with an Army.
So that's where the point is. Are you saying that the city and the county don't work together well? Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am. I'm saying the county owns that property, and they are moving forward with the development of an Army Reserve center there currently.
Who owns the airport?
The city owns the land. The airport is an independent authority that collects its own revenue and runs itself.
But I thought you said the county owned the land over there.
They own the land of the fairgrounds.
Okay, so why are you trying to build a new fairgrounds out in Newberry?
We're not. That's the county.
So you're the city, you're Lauren Poe, the mayor of Gainesville?
Yes, ma'am.
One and only.
And you're trying to spend $3 million from the federal government for the city of Gainesville?
No, ma'am. The city will not get that money. It goes to the airport. It is Federal Aviation Administration money that goes directly to the airport. We are just approving the dispensing of that money.
Okay, how do I get some of that free money?
Well, for this money, you would have to own and operate an airport.
Open and operate an airport. That's pretty freaking funny. I'm so broke I can't pay attention.
Is that it, Larry?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's quick comments.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and back and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Y'all, we need just a short mental break here. So I'm going to call a recess and reconvene at 10:15. And then we'll figure out what we want to do next. I'm gonna suggest maybe banging through the second reading stuff since we've already discussed and talked about that, so we can just get those approved and then move back to the more lengthy discussion items. But anyway, we're gonna be in recess, Madam Clerk, until 10:15. has informed me that they're recording and fine to go. I'm just looking for a quorum here. There we go. There's the quorum. So we'll call this meeting back to order. So during that brief break, my phone blew up with a bunch of staff saying, "Are we going to get to my item?" The city manager made a suggestion. I want to throw this out to the commission. I'm inclined to support it for two reasons. He suggested that we schedule a special meeting for Monday. We know it's our recess, but we also have MTPO Monday night. And so scheduling a special meeting at noon, like from noon to 4 on Monday. You can't do it, Harvey?
The Joint Water Commission is at 1.
How about in the morning?
I have it at 3 o'clock for the meeting.
The water?
Hold on, let me look.
That's typically what it is. Yeah, I think 3.
Right, usually 2 hours before the water call for the.
Also,
it's at 3. I'm good.
Mr. Mayor.
3, 12.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
That MTPO meeting is one of our major meetings.
Yeah, I'm not talking about, but my point was that while we're on recess, all of us, I think we're planning on being around for that meeting anyway. So we could do our own special meeting earlier in the day. So I'm going to suggest maybe like a 10 to 2 meeting to talk about the basically racial equity stuff. I want to have a good discussion about that. I want us to be fresh, and I don't want us to feel rushed. And it's, that's a couple days from now. So we're not putting it off till after recess or anything else like that. With that, I think we get through all of our time sensitive items. I'm just trying to take a look here at what else we might be leaving. Hold on, bear with me. Okay, so we did jail COVID first reading. We'll need to do Deer Haven tonight, which we should be able to get to. The shopping cart item. City of Gainesville policy process. We could talk about that Monday as well. That's not time sensitive. Medicaid expansion, I think, is quick item. Yeah, so if we did second reading and those other couple items, that gets us out of here before midnight, I think, and then we can schedule that special meeting for Monday at 10 o'clock to focus specifically on the racial equity items that we suggested. Commissioner Johnson, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I lowered it. I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Ward?
You need a motion for that, or are you good?
Yeah, let's go. If everyone's all right, let's go ahead and make that motion because there's some other people that were waiting to talk about that from the public as well. So at least they'll know they can go to bed.
Mr. Mayor, I move we have a meeting from 10 to 2 this coming Monday, the 22nd, via Zoom, and that we continue the items that we don't finish on today's agenda to that meeting.
Okay, seconded by Santos. Members of the public wish to speak to the motion.
No.
Okay.
No, sir. No comments.
Great. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, that just made things, I think, work a lot better. So with that, can we go through the ordinances on second reading?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Second reading of ordinance 191051, proposed charter amendment to retitle the clerk of the commission to city clerk. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, proposing an amendment to 3.04 title clerk of the commission of the charter laws of the city of Gainesville to change the name of the position to city clerk, providing for submission of the charter amendment to the voters for approval or disapproval at November 3rd, 2020 election, approving the question to be placed on the ballot, providing that this charter amendment shall become effective if approved by the voters, providing directions to the codifier, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 191051 on second reading by title.
Is there a second? Commissioner Ward seconds. Any members of the public will speak to the motion?
No comments, sir.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
That motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Okay, the next item is the second reading of ordinance 191115, proposed charter amendment to eliminate the restriction on use of public and private funds for construction of paved surfaces on city-owned land. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, proposing an amendment to eliminate 5.06 title funds for construction of paved surfaces in designated areas of the charter laws of the City of Gainesville, Florida, providing for submission of the charter amendment to the voters for approval or disapproval at the November 3rd, 2020 election, approving the question to be placed on the ballot, providing that this charter amendment shall become effective if approved by the voters, providing directions to the codifier, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 191115 on second reading by title only.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Simmons seconds. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
No comments.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner
You have been muted. To unmute yourself, press the star key twice.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Hi, Ms. Shaw. Can I help you?
Hold on just one
Yes,
moment.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Who's this?
This is the call screener.
And your name is?
Larry Schooler.
Larry Schooler? Listen, Larry Schooler, I'm not a politician and I'm not a Democrat or Republican, but I am concerned.
Okay, I think they're having a conversation between.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and proceed with the roll call vote. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren Sacco. I need an updated roll call sheet. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
That motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is the second reading of ordinance number 191120, proposed charter amendment to further limit the authority of the City Commission to dispose of certain utility systems. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, proposing an amendment to 5.04 titled Disposal of Utilities of the Charter Laws of the City of Gainesville to further limit the authority of the City Commission to dispose of certain of the city's utility systems without prior approval of the qualified electors of the city, providing for submission of the charter amendment to the voters for approval or disapproval at the November 3rd, 2020 election, approving the question to be placed on the ballot, providing that this charter amendment shall become effective if approved by the voters, providing directions to the codifier, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 191120 on second reading by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Ward, seconds. Any members of the public who wish to speak to the motion?
No, sir.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
That motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 191121, proposed charter amendment to create a charter preamble. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, proposing an amendment to the charter laws of the City of Gainesville, preamble prior to Article 1 of the charter, providing for submission of this charter amendment to the voters for approval or disapproval at the November 3rd, 2020 election, approving the title in question to be placed on the ballot, providing that this charter amendment shall become effective if approved by the voters, providing directions to the codifier, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 191121 on second reading by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Simmons. Roll call. I'm sorry, members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Larry, do we have anybody that wants to speak to this particular item?
I'm sorry, Mayor, screening your call. There are no callers on this item.
Okay, very good. Thank
Yeah,
you. Roll call vote. Ms. Gainey, roll call vote.
I did not unmute myself. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 191186, ordinance setting the 2021 election dates, early voting dates, and qualifying dates. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, setting the date for the 2021 regular city election and the date for the 2021 runoff election if necessary, setting the early voting dates for the 2021 regular city election and the 2021 runoff election if necessary, setting the dates for qualifying for the 2021 regular election, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 191186 on second reading by title only.
Okay, thank you. So seconded by Ward. Members of the public that wish to speak to this motion?
Mayor, there are no speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker.
Mute off.
You just lied again, Larry Schooler.
Ma'am, do you want, ma'am, do you want to speak to, ma'am, do you want, ma'am?
Lied again. You just lied again.
Ma'am.
You said there wasn't any more comments. You just lied again. You're the screener?
Ma'am, I'm trying to recognize you. Do you want to speak to our election dates, setting our election dates for the coming year?
Mayor, this is Larry. Ms. Shaw has called several times and has not indicated a specific agenda item. I apologize if I didn't get her on in time or didn't handle her calls correctly, but it hasn't been clear to me what item she wanted to speak on. So if she calls back, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is the second reading of ordinance 191242, ordinance providing for civil citation enforcement for violations of declarations of emergency. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to penalties for violations of declarations of emergency by amending section 2-67 entitled Mayor may declare state of emergency, water emergency within Article 2 of Chapter 2 of the City Code of Ordinances by amending section 2-339 titled Applicable Codes and Ordinances within Division 6 of Article 5 of Chapter 2 of the City Code of Ordinances, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 191242 on second reading by title only.
Okay, is there a seconded by Ward? Larry, is there anybody wishing to speak to that item?
No, sir, there isn't.
All right, roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 6-1 with Simmons in dissent. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we are back on page 12, business discussion, item 3. Is that your reading of it too?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. If you'll introduce that item.
Absolutely. Business discussion item 3, approval of Deer Haven Unit 2 dual fuel project with the recommendation that the commission authorize the general manager or his designee to execute agreements as required to complete the project in accordance with GRU procurement policies and procedures, approval by the city attorney as to form a legality. And just as a note, the UAB voted 6-0 with member Rockwell absent to advise the city commission to approve the recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Belarski, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really excited about bringing this to the City Commission this evening. With, been discussed, I think, almost for a year, starting back at last year's budget with the UAB as well as the City Commission about this opportunity availing itself of a utility. With a lot of hard work and dedication from our staff as well as some consultants, we're bringing this forward to you tonight to vet it with some, I think, some very exciting consequences. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom Brown and his crew and Energy Supply. And that is not a band from the 60s. But with that, this is Tom Brown and his crew.
All right, Mr. Brown, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Poe, Commissioners. Tom Brown, Chief Operating Officer for GRU. I sure appreciate you giving us the opportunity to bring this to you tonight. I know it's getting late. I'll keep the introduction short in the interest of time. Last week, we did take the same project proposal to the UAB, and they did vote to move it forward to the City Commission. So that's why we're here tonight. I'm here with 3 or 4 members from the Energy Supply Group, although this effort is actually developed by quite a few people over in energy supply over the last year. Pretty exciting project. The Deerhaven 2 facility is our largest unit. It's the coal-fired unit, it's 220 megawatts, but it's currently is dual fire, but it's only up to 30 megawatts. So this project, if it moves forward, would give us the ability to generate full load on that natural gas, which has some advantages to us. One, it meets an environmental criteria where we'll probably reduce our annual emissions by about 300,000 tons of CO2 a year. That's about 40% reduction from where we are. Pretty significant. And also, given the price of gas, it's been crazy low lately, and it's forecast to remain that way for probably the rest of the decade. And we should be able to generate power at DH2 for significantly less than what we're doing on coal. So economically, it's a really nice deal for us. And environmentally, it also is a pretty good deal as well. So I think with that, I'll just turn it over to, I think Eric Walters is going to lead off tonight for us, followed by Jamie Forsage and then Chuck Height. So Eric, if you're on, do you want to proceed?
Welcome, Mr. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
5 by 5.
All right. Excellent. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to come before you and bring this to you. I'm going to go through basically the introduction and kind of lay out the project and how we're going with it, and hopefully ask for your approval afterwards. So with this, once he gets the slideshow up, I know in the interest of time, it's getting late and we still have some other things to do. So I'll go as quickly as possible, but I want to make sure that we cover all the points and be able to answer all of your questions. Okay, so for the agenda, we're going to cover some of the community benefits, the background of the project, how it came about and where we want to go with it, fuel supply considerations that go along with the project. There's been a lot of due diligence that's been done, not only by Energy Supply and GRU staff, but also by engineering consultants and other folks that provide these services. We're going to go through the scope of work as well as the project financials, the schedule that we've talked about, and also in conclusion, we'll make a recommendation to the commission. Next slide, please. So there are a number of community benefits for this project. Number one, it reduces GRU's fuel cost or cost of fuel, which in turn puts lower rate pressure, reduces the rate pressure for the customer. So most of this savings would come from burning natural gas versus coal. And that, as Tom said, is the main driver for the cost savings. It also reduces emission, so it has some environmental considerations and benefits. So it reduces a lot of our emissions from burning coal versus burning natural gas. CO2 is one of those, SOx, SO2 and SO3, as well as nitrogen oxides and mercury that have all been contributed to being greenhouse gases. This project also moves GRU towards its goal of 100% renewable by 2045. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the background. This project refers to Deerhaven Unit 2. As you guys know, that is the coal unit. It entered service back in 1980. It is GRU's largest generating unit at 228 megawatts net. The primary fuel is coal with a limited capacity to burn natural gas. So with some upgrades that we had done in the past, we were able to get up to about 30 megawatts of natural gas. Part of that is during startup, but part of that is also to be able to take advantage of some of the lower cost when natural gas is cheaper than coal, but it's very limited in the capacity. It operates primarily as a baseload unit and is very valuable for GRU's system as it follows load as it varies throughout the day. Deerhaven 2 has a very wide load range, and so it is very versatile when meeting not only load, but also system requirements and reliability needs. It is currently planned to be retired in the 2032, in calendar year 2032. It provides fuel storage and also fuel diversity, assuring reliability. So coal does act as a physical hedge on the ground. So that if we do have any upsets in supply of natural gas or that affects other units, we do have a physical hedge on the ground that we can rely on up to its maximum output. So we anticipate a significant cost advantage for using natural gas versus coal as the primary fuel for Deerhaven 2. Next slide, please. The City of Gainesville, the City of Gainesville has adopted a resolution to be 100% renewable by 2045.
Right.
Okay. And staff has performed an evaluation for adding dual fuel capabilities to Deerhaven 2, giving the unit increased capability to burn up to 100% natural gas. So the idea here is to be able to meet that full load on natural gas, but also keep that physical hedge of coal. And on the limited number of days out of the year where natural gas would not be available, we'll be able to swap over to coal to be able to meet the electrical needs of the customer. Next slide, please. So there are some fuel supply considerations. Natural gas is purchased by GRU from suppliers, and we must contract for that delivery. So we do pay a fee for that firm capacity. Firm capacity is really another way to say that it's guaranteed gas, that it's uninterruptible. We pay for a volume or space in the pipeline for that gas to be delivered, and no one else can use that volume. And we can use up to that volume, and no one else can use it when we need it. But you do pay a price for that firm capacity. By maintaining dual fuel capability, we can operate on primarily non-firm transport. Non-firm means that it's interruptible, that it's not guaranteed. So that on the coldest days of the year and the hottest days of the year, natural gas supply, you cannot get above what your firm capacity is. So on those days, we would see the need to be able to have that dual fuel capability in the cold and be able to swap over and still meet the electrical needs of the day, of the system. So there are not many times where that is. We expect that to be probably less than 2 weeks out of the year total. But it does occur and it does happen. So being able to be reliable in that time period is very important. It also provides a valuable hedge against short-term spike in natural gas prices, which also benefits customers. So as we, obtaining natural gas supply may incur significant cost to meet load in extreme temperature days. So that dual fuel capability, again, acts as a hedge for reliability, but also allows us the ability to switch fuel supplies and keep our costs lower. GRU has an inventory of coal, which it uses as a hedge for natural gas constraints. As Tom alluded to earlier, natural gas is extremely low at this point. But the thing is that the forecast for NYMEX expected to be very low for the foreseeable future, at least through 2029 is the most recent projection for natural gas. So right now it's currently running about coal is about 47% more expensive than natural gas. But we expect that ratio of coal being more expensive to not reverse and stay the same for the next few years. Converting to allow for dual fuel operation could permit DH2 to operate at full load on natural gas, but yet allow the flexibility to switch over to coal when need be, or when there's a spike in natural gas prices to help keep costs low. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chuck Height to go through the due diligence.
Good evening. Related to the due diligence that we performed, we looked at basically 3 levels of the stool, all of which had to support the project moving forward. We had to have the technical capability and operational merits, financial metrics, as well as the environmental. So to make sure that we had all 3 legs of the stool supporting us, staff initiated studies into boiler modeling and analysis. And the goal there was to determine whether the allowing for full firing on natural gas would in any way adversely affect the unit's performance or longevity. We also looked at boiler combustion modeling and analysis to determine the air emission impacts, because we were very concerned about the air emissions. We had an outside consultant validate our estimates for cost of implementation. And we also worked with our environmental consultants to validate the environmental pathways for environmental permitting and the time constraints. Going to the results, related to boiler modeling and analysis, the results were that the modeling results confirmed that the boiler could operate on 100% natural gas with no adverse effect on equipment performance or longevity. We do know that there's going to be a slight thermal performance hit, about 0.5%, but we believe that to be made up for by the decrease in auxiliary loads for the plant. So we think we're going to be about the same place we are right now. Boiler combustion modeling and analysis to determine the air emission impacts. The modeling results predicted reduced emissions during natural gas operations, and we'll talk about that in a later slide in a moment or so. The cost estimate, our internal cost estimates were validated for cost of implementation. And as far as environmental permitting, the project was found to be permittable within the project schedule. And just to kind of give some description for what's lending itself to this project. We found a manufacturer, Babcock & Wilcox, which is one of the largest boiler manufacturers, but they have a burner where they have developed a burner for natural gas, and basically pulverized coal. This is looking at the boiler phase for Unit 2, this picture on the left, and coal comes down in a pulverized form, and it's basically blown into the boiler. And they've developed a technique shown in cross-section on the right, where you install a natural gas burner lance that's retractable. That's something that is actually very favorable to our particular unit, because we looked at a number of other alternatives over time, and it would have required boiler modifications. So this is a really cost-effective means of achieving gas operation for us. And so that's one of the things that would have to be installed. But, we broke the work down into three distinct phases. Pre-outage, we would have to do the permitting work, order new combustion hardware. We'd have to do piping and installation. There's a lot of piping that has to be installed for natural gas to get up to the burner area on the boiler. We would have to design and order control equipment to control the new burners and begin the installation of the piping and electrical work. The next phase, though, is a critical phase in the project. It's outage critical work that would have to be installed during a short duration outage, a 2-week outage for the plant. And that would be to install the new combustion hardware, basically replace those elbows that I showed you with new elbows with all the combustion hardware, as well as do some control system hardware modifications to the current control system. And that's work that has to be done while the unit is offline. And then once it's returned into operation, we would commission the systems. And so we've got some critical time frames that we need to work within. And Jamie will talk about the outage schedule in a few moments. But on emissions, I wanted to speak to that. The boiler modeling that we've done has revealed that some significant decreases in air emissions from Unit 2. We're projecting a 99.6% reduction in SO2 or sulfur dioxide, 63% reduction in mercury, 42% reduction in particulate matter, and 39% reduction in CO2, and 39% reduction in nitrogen oxides over current numbers. We've got these in tabular forms for the outgoing years based on our current current modeled results, but we're looking anywhere from 271,000 tons up to 300,000 tons of CO2 reduction per year. And obviously that's a greenhouse gas, and it's something that that's really a major target of our organization to reduce. But I wanted to put that into a little bit of perspective. And the average American car emits about 5 tons of CO2 annually, according to the EPA. So this project is really, comparable to taking about 60,000 cars off the road. According to the state, there's 174,000 cars and light trucks registered in Alachua County. So from a CO2 perspective, this project's benefits are equivalent to taking about 1/3 of the vehicles off the road in Alachua County, which we think is pretty significant. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Versage. You're muted, Jamie.
Sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Jamie Vershaw. I'm a managing analyst in energy supply. I'm going to talk through some of the financial components of the project. As you can see on this slide, the total cost estimate for the project is $12.5 million. However, the project is expected to pay for itself within 3 years, and we'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. This slide includes a quarterly breakdown of the expenditures anticipated for the project. And as we discussed earlier in the presentation, there's equipment ordered, engineering work, and controls work done before Deer Havens 2's outage in December. So those expenses you see here are the ones for fiscal year 2020. In the first quarter of fiscal year 2021, we have the installation work happening, a lot of physical work being done, and this is where roughly half of the project expenditures occur. After the physical installation in December, we have the controls and integration work being done in the second quarter, and we have some payments for the work that was already done for that installation. And in the third quarter of fiscal year 2021, we have the final integration and project cleanup. So in fiscal year 2020, we have about $2.1 million in project expenditures. And in 2021, we have $10.4 million. We expect to begin realizing the benefits of the project in the third quarter of fiscal year 2021. Next slide, please. There are significant fuel and operational savings for the project, and the slide is a snapshot of the potential fuel savings with the project. We're taking advantage of the difference between higher coal prices and lower natural gas prices. This slide is a little tough to see, but what we have here is annual savings of burning the unit on natural gas versus coal at different load points. The heat rate or efficiency of the unit varies with loading, but this slide highlights the savings that you could achieve at different load points of the unit. Our average loading point for Deer Haven 2 is about 80 megawatts, so that's the line that you see highlighted there. Natural gas prices are extremely low right now. Today, our gas dispatch cost was $1.64 per MMBTU, and our coal dispatch cost was $3.46 per MMBTU. So coal was more than twice the cost of gas today. However, prices are not forecasted to stay this low forever. So here's an example. We have the average natural gas and coal price from April through September 2021 plugged in here. So this is the average prices remaining in fiscal year 2021 after the project comes online. And that's $2.99 per MMBTU. That's the price that we have plugged in here. So it's quite a bit higher than what we have today. We have a coal price of $3.76 plugged in. So it's about a 20% difference between lower natural gas prices and higher coal prices. And at those prices, in an average year with Deer Haven 2 loaded around 80 megawatts, the project would save about $4 million per year. Next slide, please. Most folks are somewhat familiar with the term internal rate of return, which is abbreviated IRR as a financial metric for a project. Using the traditional calculation method for IRR, this project is forecasted to have a 40% IRR. However, in projects that have a very high rate of return, such as this one, IRRs can be misleading. The IRR calculation assumes that your cash flows coming back are reinvested at the same IRR of your project. And since GRU doesn't have a lot of projects sitting around with 40% returns waiting on the shelf, what we use here is a modified internal rate of return, which is much more conservative. So that assumes the cash flows that you have are reinvested at a rate that you determine. And here we are setting that rate at 3%, which is our cost of debt. So it's a very conservative methodology here. And we have a modified internal rate of return of 20%. We also have a net present value of close to $51 million using a 4% discount rate. For the price of natural gas in this forecast, we used an IMEX, which Eric referred to, which is the New York Mercantile Exchange. Future monthlies added to GRU's transportation costs through 2031. We also use GRU's current coal price forecast. Next slide, please. GRU has a 5-year detailed outage calendar, as the outages take a lot of time and preparation. The next available full outage is in October 2021, but there is a short duration outage for Deer Haven 2 scheduled for this December. The outage in this December presents an opportunity to get the equipment installed inside the unit and to complete the controls and remaining electrical and piping work after the outage while the unit is back in operation on coal. Because the benefits, both financial and environmental, are so good for this project, staff recommends doing the implementation at the earliest opportunity. Some of the equipment components have lead times of about 20 weeks, which is why we're here tonight. We have some very tight windows to get some of those parts on order so that we can do that work in December. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the project has great benefits. The 3 legs of the capital project stool are supported. It is technically and operationally feasible, and it's been proven in other utilities. It has a very good return on investment, and it has substantial emissions reductions. The project reduces rate pressure for all customers and will reduce air emissions within our community. The project does have a tight window for implementation this year, so staff recommends earliest opportunity to implement the project so that GRU's customers can realize the project's benefits as soon as possible. And so the plan recommendation to the City Commission is to authorize the general manager or his designee to execute agreements as required to complete the project in accordance with GRU procurement policies and procedures, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission has.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, if we could unshare the screen, that would be helpful for me. Mr. Bilarski, is there anything you wanted to add after all of that?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, is that your screen? Whoever's got the screen share, if you could just undo that.
Oops. I am not sharing my screen.
There we go. We got it. All right. All right. Thank you all for that thorough presentation. Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How quickly can you switch between the fuels, gas and coal?
Very quickly.
What is very quickly? Is that a year or is that 2 minutes?
Well, like in a typical startup with what we have now, you know, we'll start up on gas to get up to 30 megawatts and then transition over to coal. So you're looking at probably a 12-hour window.
12-hour window. Okay.
Yeah.
And with these changes, you do see you expect a drop, or we expect a drop in our electrical fuel rates or pass through?
Absolutely. We really should. You know, you're looking at $3 to $4 million difference a year in cash flow.
Okay. What is the life of the gas portions being, or the gas portions that are being added to this?
They should last the remaining life of the unit. You know, it's scheduled to be retired in 2032. It'll be 50 years old at that point, and it should last that. Maybe one of the newer parts in the facility by that point.
So about 2 million or so of monies coming in FY 2020. Was this budgeted already? And if not, are we what is getting delayed to be able to do this project, I guess?
We had to move some money away or around a little bit. I think there was a project that we had on the books that we didn't do. I believe it was a generator at SEC. The customer decided they didn't want the generator, so we were planning on using those funds, those capital funds.
Okay, so we're not installing a new generator then. I guess they wanted an added generator at SEC, is that what it was?
There's a proposal for a larger backup generator that the customer would pay for, but we would finance it for them. So they've elected not to do that at this time.
Okay. And then in FY 2021, is there any delay? What else are we delaying to do this, or?
I don't believe we're delaying anything. I think my understanding is that the funds will be taken out of the UPIF capital.
Okay. And then will DH2, with this change in running gas, will DH2 be cheaper and have a better fuel, or cheaper than DH1 to run, or will it be the same, or?
I'm going to say it will be cheaper because it's basically, it has a reheat in it. It should have a better heat rate at load than DH1 does.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first up, I'll say I hate natural gas. I really don't like it. But more than I hate natural gas, I hate coal. So I'm excited about this project. The idea of a 39% reduction in CO2 emissions is amazing, and at the same time saving money. That's what we're looking for. We need to remind ourselves that that for 2 years now we have said that we wanted to have 100% renewable energy by 2045. This doesn't move us to renewables, but it does significantly impact our carbon footprint in a big way, in one of the biggest ways that anybody in our region can do. I mean, we will be taking a bigger bite out of carbon emissions than anybody between Orlando and Jacksonville can do in one fell swoop. At least that's the way it seems to me. You tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bilarski. But
no, agree 100%.
I think that's a thing we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm still here. I'm having a snack. I don't want you to see me. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank GRU staff for bringing the presentation. It's very hard for me to say this because what you all are giving me is the option to help save our customers money and help utility operate its capital expenditures more efficiently. However, I think that continuing to invest in fossil fuels sends the wrong message. And I know that we have other options. And so while I appreciate the thought and consideration that went into this, we can't support moving in a direction of more fossil fuels.
Okay. Commissioner, can I just add a couple comments?
Mr. Brown, why don't we wait till we get through all the commissioners, because there might be other things you might want to address.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Ms. Sacco?
So my question is, does the reduction in emissions, is that still greater than emissions that we contribute to in the production of the natural gas and in the transportation? Is the emission still a greater positive environmental impact than any negative environmental impacts we might have by utilizing however we're sourcing it and transporting it here is my concern. So
Do you want to
we
answer
can
that,
save that
Tom?
one for the pass along, I guess.
Should I answer the question now or wait till later?
I'm not in charge, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, that's a direct question. So Mr. Bilarski, if you want to answer that.
Yeah, I'll leave Tom to his mechanics there.
I will say this, is that at our facility, the difference between burning coal and burning natural gas, you make almost a ton of CO2 per megawatt with the coal, and you make about a half a ton of CO2 burn the gas. You know, I've heard some rhetoric about the cradle to grave concept with natural gas, with methane being, you know, a worse greenhouse gas than CO2, quantifying how much is lost in production, how much is lost in transport. I really don't have the information to comment on that. Whether we burn gas or not, gas is going to be produced and burned. I think this project will save over 3 million tons of CO2 compared to burning coal over the remaining expected life of this facility. I think that's significant. To put that in perspective, we are going to be making a presentation for a 50 megawatt solar plant. Hopefully the next time we have a face-to-face meeting, we'll make that presentation. That project is expected to generate about 120,000 megawatts hours a year, which will save about 60,000 tons of CO2. So there you have a 50 megawatt solar plant that would cost around $60 million, saving roughly 15,000 or 60,000 tons of CO2. This project costs $12.5 million. We could invest that as an alternate in solar panels and save about 15,000 tons a year. So you're looking at 300,000 tons a year CO2 reduction versus 15,000 tons of CO2 reduction.
So on a dollar for dollar basis, this is 20 times more effective in terms of CO2 production as compared to solar.
Thank you, sirs.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that UAB unanimously approved this. Tom, can you tell me if they had any concerns regarding this, and if so, what were they?
They raised the same issue that Commissioner Sacco, did I say that right? I apologize. Raised with, you know, the cradle to grave concept. They raised the same concern where they'd rather invest the money in renewable resources, but it's such a small amount of money, and it's money that will basically recoup within such a short time period. And the reduction in CO2 is really dramatic with it, I think. We did spend with them, if you go back and look at their video, probably an extra hour and a half going through questions and answers that they had generated in front of the presentation. I think that's available.
Yeah, I think the UAB, to add on to what Tom's saying, did a great job with their due diligence. We took a lot of time with that. We had some folks that, as he said, were concerned with cradle to grave kind of emissions, but I think we answered that pretty well as well, and the benefit was well understood.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Ariola brought up that there are other options instead of this. What other options do you see, Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe that Mr. Brown took the liberty of explaining the other option of the solar plant and did so in a way that made it seem like a less savory option. So that is the one that I was looking forward to. I've had conversations with GRU about that process going forward. And so, look, I'm not saying that there is, you know, a magic wand, but my understanding is that we were heading these Deerhaven units towards retirement. And so while this is an opportunity to, again, I don't take pleasure in having to oppose something that would save the utility money, especially when all of our efforts over the last 3 years have been to try and save the utility cash. So I don't enjoy that, but I also don't enjoy the idea of continuing to go down this pathway of fossil fuels, which has just left us in a terrible place. And if we don't make the change here, then it doesn't get made anywhere else. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're not choosing between the 50 megawatt solar project and this project. We're choosing between coal or natural gas. That's the choice. Unless there's something else on the table that hasn't been brought forward. I don't like natural gas. I like coal a lot less. Coal is filthy. Natural gas is not good. Coal is absolutely the worst thing we could be burning, in my opinion. And if we want to get to zero, we're gonna have to take steps like this. This is a 12-year step. Is that accurate, Mr. Bolarski?
Yes, that's exactly correct, Commissioner. And I appreciate you bringing up this choice. And I'll let you finish.
Yeah, this is a 12-year step in a 30-year process. When this step burns itself out, we should be prepared to do something better than this. But we don't have that better thing right now, as far as I know. So our choice right now is to keep burning coal or to move to natural gas at Deerhaven 2. We don't have a replacement for a 228 megawatt capacity plant. And the 50 megawatt solar is awesome, and I'm really looking forward to discussing that, but it doesn't replace, we can't shut Deerhaven 2 off and swap it for a 50 megawatt solar plant. So both those things are going to be important. The 12-year and the longer solar plant. And a few other things will have to go into the mix to get us to zero. But if we don't do this, then we need to figure out what the other things are a lot faster. It's my opinion. If we have other options, I want to hear about them.
If I may, to follow on what you said, Commissioner, yeah, we probably didn't do a good job of portraying the solar project as beneficial as it is, because it will be able to be layered in as the technologies improve and battery capacity improves. And this will be a footprint for us that we may be able to expand upon. But we're dealing in that tricky transitionary period, which is what all utilities are dealing with now and has made it such a disruptive industry. We're betwixt and between. You know, we still have the need for reliable baseload power. And right now, solar is still a supplementary source that we're not shying away from, but that 50 megawatts gives us all that we can handle at this moment. So we don't want to just do that. This is more than us just doing an additional amount of supplemental solar. We also want to reduce our carbon emissions and all the other particulate matter, SO2, which is, the acid rain forming, chemical that is out there that doesn't do well for our environment as well. So this is a multifaceted approach. It's just not one size fits all. With that, I certainly appreciate Commissioner Ariola's concern and respect it.
All right, thank you everybody for your comments. Thank you staff for the preparation. The way I look at this, it's taking our single largest base load generator in its November, December years of its lifespan, repurposing them to allow for that continued baseload capacity while saving money, while reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and sort of allowing that thing to go gracefully into the night by the time it's retired. By the time that thing gets up and operational again, it's going to be 11 years. So, it's not, we're not jumping to 2045, but it absolutely saves our community money and environmental impact through a relatively modest investment. And so it's the prudent thing to me to move forward. So with that, would anybody like to put a motion on the floor? Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Mayor, I move on item BD3 that we approve the staff recommendation and direct staff to prepare and present a plan for retirement of Deerhaven 2 by 2032.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Santos. Okay, we'll turn to Larry for any members of the public that wish to speak on the item.
Yes, sir. We have Nathan Scott, who should be standing by. Mr. Scott.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. First and foremost, I'd like to say that I'm disappointed that GRU is now going in a completely different direction from the interconnection option that was previously presented in the City Commission a few months ago. They're also departing from the integrated resource plan and the 10-year site plan. The City Commission and GRU customers were told that GRU would be bringing the interconnection agreement back to the City Commission. That never happened. The interconnection agreement would have allowed us to improve reliability, purchase natural gas-fired generation at a lower cost than GRU is able to generate, purchase renewable energy to help the Commission achieve its 100% renewable goal by 2045, and also facilitate the construction of renewable projects in conjunction with one of NextEra's affiliates. So to me, it seemed like a good deal, and suddenly the Commission just went in a different direction. So I'd like to know what changed. Why was this abrupt change in course by GRU never discussed in a public meeting? I think these are some really good questions that need to be answered so that this Commission can make very well-informed decisions, because this seems to be very ad hoc, very rushed, a complete change of direction. GRU previously vetted the interconnection agreement with credit rating agencies and was told that they were credit positive. But now we're going in a completely different direction. So has this even been discussed with the credit rating agencies? Because, what GRU is undertaking here has some risk. Secondly, the fiscal note to the agenda item shows a $14.4 million net present value on a $12.5 million capital investment. Also, a question that I asked at the UAB, which GRU General Manager Ed Belarsky refuses to answer, is, has the proposed conversion been performed on any other coal-fired power generating unit similar to Deerhaven 2? If so, where, at what cost, and with what results? And then finally, I'd like to close with this, because I hear commissioners thinking they know about energy and just talking things that are nonsensical. But the fact remains that the biomass plant emits more tons of CO2 per megawatt hour than the coal burned at Deerhaven 2. And Commissioner Ward may say he hates natural gas and hates coal, but let's be honest, folks. Deerhaven 2, as it currently burns coal, emits far less CO2 than your biomass plant. So don't be hypocrites, commissioners, but I really do think we need to have a community discussion regarding the course of action, because GRU has completely changed direction, turned the ship around, gone a completely different way, and we're not having a discussion about what we previously had, and there's no explanation for the commission. So was this all done in secrecy? Because it certainly wasn't discussed in public, and I think that's a legitimate concern for GRU customers. And like I say, I think I'd like to get some technical questions answered. I think we deserve that as GRU customers. Again, I'm not fundamentally opposed to what's being suggested here, but I do think there's some inherent risk. And NPV, 14.4 million on a $12.5 million investment, that spread's not really all that great when you look at
Mayor,
the
that's
risk
3
involved.
minutes.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else, Larry?
No, sir.
Mr. Bielarski, you want to respond to any of those questions that were presented?
Not really, because this comes from the same person that was totally against the FP&L.
Okay, well, let's not personalize it. I mean, I think there's a valid question of why is this being presented as an option to the commission that's preferable to the last thing that we talked about was
okay, sure.
Interchange.
Yeah, we haven't taken the FP&L interconnection agreement off. There hasn't been a change in direction. We are still in discussions with them.
This action does not preclude that action in the future, correct?
Absolutely.
And we're still having conversations with FP&L on a somewhat regular basis.
Yes, we are.
For terms that are favorable to our customers.
We have not stopped discussions with FP&L. That is not off the table.
Okay.
And these types of transitions, converting coal plants to natural gas plants, have been done at least a dozen other plants.
That's been thrown out there as a possibility probably since before you were GM, Mr. Bielarski. I mean, I think every utility that had a large coal facility at some point or another since natural gas prices dipped have looked around and said, is this something that we can feasibly do? Because people wanted to, move away from coal and get into gas if it was something that wasn't going to cause a huge CapEx. So that certainly has been talked about from time to time, looking at what our needs and our sort of options we're moving forward. Okay, we're going to go back. We'll give Commissioner Ward a third opportunity to share his thoughts with us on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real briefly, I think it's important that we all recognize, and I think most of us do, but it's worth repeating, that there is no one single path forward for the utility in general. For electric generation, there are lots of things we have to consider. We have multiple operating plants now. We will continue to have multiple operating plants and multiple sources of energy going into the future. So if we do this, it's not the only thing we're going to do. There will be other things that we talk about in addition to this. We can move forward with this gasification plan and move forward with solar and move forward with discussions about interconnection and other things. There are things we don't even know about yet that are going to be a part of the solution moving forward. Whether we cut carbon or not, there is no one thing that takes us forward. So thank you.
I would only add that we're quite capable at GRU of walking and talking and chewing gum at the same time.
Okay, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And also, how does it look with the bond agencies? How would this impact, or will it have any impact with the bond agencies?
The rating agencies have always pointed out that our higher rates are problematic, challenging for us. So with the ability to reduce those fuel adjustment charges, that is a favorable situation for GRU. So that would be a credit positive.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the good conversation. Let's go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
All right, that motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Ariola in dissent. All right, Madam Clerk, I believe our next item is the shopping cart item. Is that a quickie? Commissioner Simmons, I know this is your one of your babies. Is this a quickie or?
It's quick. It's real quick.
Okay. Madam Clerk, let's read it into the record.
This is item business discussion item 6, ordinance regulating businesses that provide shopping carts, with the recommendation that the City Commission discuss the proposed ordinance and take any action appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Simmons, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I've looked at ordinance. I don't know if you all had an opportunity to look at the ordinance, the draft ordinance, in the backup. I do not have any questions with it. I think it's a good draft ordinance, and I'm prepared to make a motion, but I'll wait to hear comments first. Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead and make the motion. Commissioner Santos is the only one with his hand up, and he gave you a thumbs up. So.
Okay, awesome. Well, I move to approve draft ordinance 90222.
Okay, thank you. I think the motion would be to direct the attorney to draft the ordinance and back to us for first reading.
Okay.
Okay, was there a second? Was that Hey Santos? Okay. Commissioner Hey Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Commissioner Simmons and staff. It's a good ordinance. It's something that we need. Looking forward to having it passed. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Commissioner Ariola, yeah, we use the raise hand button. That's
I sorry. No, it's fine. I just want to, hearing that clarification, let's move forward and then we'll come back to first reading if we need to make discuss.
Okay. So the motion is to ask the city attorney to draft the ordinance and bring back to us for first reading. Any members of the public, Larry, wish to speak to this item?
Mr. Nathan Scott standing by to speak. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Larry. Commissioners, Mayor Nathan Scott. I want to recognize Commissioner Simmons for moving forward on this motion. The concern I have, however, is that this commission continues to put additional burdens and requirements on local business, and we've seen that a couple times this evening. Businesses already have enough regulations and restrictions and hardship placed on them, with the COVID issues. And I think the commission should, take a pause, take a breather. There's things that you'd like to do in life for aesthetics. There's things that you might want to do in life, but I mean, you guys really need to have some sort of compassion for local business and the costs that you continue to impose on businesses that are struggling to survive, and the majority of which are operating on limited hours if they're open at all right now. So I really would hope that this commission would put this aside for a different time rather than continue to enact restriction after requirement after hardship on local businesses. And I think that that's a very valid and legitimate concern, not only for small business owners, but larger companies that still are struggling to keep their employees employed rather than having to continue to fund commission-sponsored mandates. Thank you.
Larry?
No other speakers, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons and our staff for your work on this. Okay, next item. This should be a quickie. Madam Clerk.
87, Mayor Lauren Poe, resolution urging Florida legislators to approve Medicaid expansion.
Yeah, I think y'all read the backup and you're familiar with this issue. This is just, it's more critical than ever to be able to accept that federal money and extend Medicaid expansion to so many of our struggling low-income neighbors. So this is just urging our state legislature to take that action. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we have staff draft a resolution and place it on the next City Commission meeting.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Ward seconds. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
No, sir, there are no speakers on this.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Warren, excuse me, Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Sorry. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. All right, y'all. Is it okay if we call it quits? I'd like to read the proclamation, and then can we allow everything else to be continued over to our meeting on Monday? Any objection to that? Okay. Madam Clerk, if you'll just read that item so I can do the proclamation.
This is a proclamation recognizing June 19th, 2020.
Hey, thank you. So this reads, whereas, we're going to need to edit this. Anyway, I'll do my best. Whereas on the eve of January 1st, 1863, many Americans, especially African Americans, gathered in homes and churches for Freedom Watch gatherings. And whereas on January 1st, 1863, that needs to be edited, the Emancipation Proclamation established that all enslaved people in Confederate states in rebellion against the Union shall be thenceforward and forever free. And whereas the Emancipation Proclamation didn't instantly free any slaves, the proclamation only applied to places under Confederate control and not to slaveholding border states or rebel areas already under Union control. And whereas the Union troops advanced into the Confederate South, many slaves escaped behind Union lines. And whereas Texas, slavery remained firmly in place without a significant presence of Union troops. Many slave owners from outside Texas viewed the state as a safe haven and moved there with their slaves. And whereas news of the Emancipation Proclamation and loss of the war by the Confederate States failed to reach many in Texas. And whereas on June 19th of 1865, General Granger's Union troops arrived in Galveston, ensuring freedom for Texas's remaining 250,000 enslaved people. And whereas the following year, freed Black men and women in Texas organized the first of what became the annual celebration of Jubilee Day on June 19th, now called Juneteenth. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2020 as Jubilee Day in the city of Gainesville and invite all of our citizens to join me in celebration of Jubilee Day, our second Independence Day, or Juneteenth in the city of Gainesville, and asked that we use this celebration to better learn from our past, acknowledges our injustices today, and commit to working collectively towards a fully equitable future. In witness whereof I've hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 18th day of June, 2020. Thank you all, and we'll share with our neighbors tomorrow that the city supports and celebrates Juneteenth along with everyone else. With that, we had a full day. Thank you all for your patience and your focus. I look forward to seeing you on Monday for a very important and I think what will ultimately be a very productive discussion on some specific ways we can further racial equity in our community. And with that, Madam Clerk, we are adjourned. Good night, everybody. Good night.